Obsession is a corruption that shrouds the mind. Its tendrils grow beyond the influence of bleed, as if natural to the soul. Though, the unique skill set a circle of investigators bring forth to each assignment stand guard against this vice. Relying upon the strengths of your allies is the key to survival. For deep within the rubble of a city long forgotten, the Red Hand roots itself within the fathomless, unleashing a faceless behemoth of smoldering greed. The Circle of the Vassal and the Veil. Assignment number 447. The Collectors.
Hello, and welcome to Candela Obscura.
Oh.
Already?
Oh, God. Okay.
Somewhere in a lightless expanse, the sound of dripping water echoes endlessly into a cavernous space. A faint orange glimmer begins to grow, alighting the cracked stone floor, the climbing pillars and harsh angles of the ancient architecture that rises beyond the radius of the now visible lanterns. A half-dozen figures enter behind these lanterns, stumbling through the craggy rock and ruins. A man in his late 50s walks confidently within his fine emerald suit, his salt and pepper hair well slicked above his well-groomed goatee. Now, this group ascends a massive stone steps before stopping at a risen pedestal where an oval arch of dark marble stands about 10 feet tall, nearly unbroken but for a foot gap on the upper right of the ring. An older man steps forward along with him, sheepishly, his liver-spotted head and missing nose showing one who has delved in darker arts and is paid for it.
This is one of the viable gates, Lycus, as you requested. It is untested, but as far as we know, we are the only ones who are aware of it.
The well-dressed gentleman nods and smiles. Good. I myself am eager to see if there is merit in my investment. Donna, assist Ogden. Help clean your mess. You now watch as a woman steps out from the rest of the group behind. Long, dark purple dress, lengthy, drags across the floor. She walks with a cane, and you get glimpses of some sort of mangled tip of where her feet would be as she lurches forward to join the older gentleman. The two procure and open a withered tome before them, casting handfuls of ground materials into the area around the archway. As they read in unison from this book, a dull purple glow begins to fill the oval space. It expands and encompasses the void, splitting like a curtain of purple fireflies, revealing a shadowed realm beyond. Ogden, the elderly man and Dorna exchange nervous glances, close the tome and read from a secondary book, a smaller, more damaged, leather-bound collection of ancient, tattered parchment. They continue to read, and the dangling lanterns held by these subterranean explorers begin to slowly dim, the flickering oil light beginning to lessen and wither itself. It seems to be losing the battle from some unseen, oppressive dark force, choking it. And it's in this dying light, something steps from the gateway, tall and thin and shadow like a spider crawling from a keyhole. It steps up out of view as Lycus immediately pulls an amulet from the inside of his breast pocket and holds it aloft towards this entity. Ego sum dominus tu, et tu pasceris. Lycus looks behind him to the other figure standing by. Two of them, kind of heavier-looking muscle-like figures, nod and grab a third and push them towards the gate. The third figure suddenly screams and stumbles forward, falling onto their knees as they glance up. Ah! And scream loudly as something thrusts out from the shadow. You watch as a long, extended limb, something looking like it's twisted from a mass of hair or root, just wraps around the head of this fallen goon. Long wisps of the hair-like shadow, just dangling and drifting from it. They struggle, but for a moment, before the limb lets loose and pulls away, revealing the smooth, featureless skin surface of the now faceless head.
Oh.
Unmoving. A warm light suddenly fills the space of the onlookers. Uncertain where it comes from, but they all pull back as this glow wreathes them in reflection. Lycus, the only one smiling. Good. There is much work to be done. Now, we come back to a morning, about a week past the events of the last investigation. You've had a brief bit to breathe, to process, some more than others, some maybe none at all, but you've been wound down from the experiences and trying to find some semblance of a return to your day-to-day life in the interim. We begin now in this foggy midday air. So I stop the cave sound as it is no longer necessary for the sequence. Gentle wind blowing through.
Something about that leak.
I know, it's a bit of a problem around here.
We're outside. Where's that even coming from?
And it is once again following Augie as you return from the morning route that you keep up, if anything, out of being a creature of habit and a means to connect with a number of the people that you've found friendship with over the years of growing up in this city.
Still gotta make some dough.
Exactly. You return to the Gilded Rainbow, return to your quarters, well-dressed and finding yourself a much more respectable member of New Fair. And it isn't too long into the morning before the door opens and you hear the familiar jingle of the bell, ting, 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 as it closes. You hear Reggie go, "Oh, morning, Edmund. Are you here for a particular reason?" You kind of glance out of your chambers and you see an unfamiliar gentleman, kind of Uncle Fester in appearance, rounded shoulders, bald, smooth head, kind of a long, kind of like deep navy, dark pea coat and a fedora that he pulls off and kind of puts onto the rack.
Oh, no worries. I'm actually here on behest of Alexandra. Is young August available?
Hey, I heard the bell come in. Good morning, Reggie.
Good morning. Should I skedaddle, make myself scarce?
Oh, no, it's quite fine for you to be around as a periphery member of the Candela Obscura organization. Augie,
What'd you say your name was? Edmund?
Edmund Hornsby.
Edmund Hornsby, all right.
Yes, I'm an associate of Candela. and a longtime friend of Alexandra, who is currently focused on another endeavor. Would your circle be interested in some information regarding the previous investigation that's come to light?
Yes, of course.
Very well. Would you like me to retrieve them?
Yes, I mean, I can help you to save time.
That would be greatly appreciated. Yes,
All right.
come. Perhaps we could learn more about each other on the way.
Excellent, excellent.
Takes his hat, puts it back on. It's a little bit too big and almost like rests just over his eyes, kind of casting the shadow. Makes him somehow even creepier, but there is a warmth to him that contrasts the somewhat staggering intensity of his presence.
After you.
Oh, thank you very much. We're pretty close to Miss Charlie. We can pick her up first.
Very well.
All right.
Doesn't take too terribly long before each of you are visited by these two compatriots to gather you. Should there be any particular challenges to the morning's call, please do speak, and we could take it from there. But
I actually think that perhaps when you come to the sight unseen, you discover that Charlie is not there, and Stinson would have informed you that she would have been at a particular address in the eaves.
my apologies, she hasn't been around for a few days. She's
She all right?
visiting family.
Oh. She has family here?
More or less, yeah. In the eaves. Here, I'll, pulls a napkin from the side of the bar and begins sketching out directions across the district. Goes, that's about where you find her. Good luck.
Yeah, all right, thank you. I won't give this to anybody, obviously. Mum's the word.
She trusts you, I trust you.
All right.
So you follow over to this beautiful, beautiful homestead in the eaves. Brought inside by an elder servant, from what you can grasp at least, well-dressed and happy to guide you upstairs, talking to you, says, I was informed that should you ever come by to immediately bring you to Charlotte. This way, please.
Oh, all right.
And whereabouts are you in the abode?
I am in the library, where I have been on and off for the entire time that I have been here. You would find Charlotte in a corner, hunched, like her posture way more hunched over than you would ever have seen her, very intensely taking notes and leafing through books, and a strange fervor in her studies that you're noticing. You'll also notice that she is slightly less put together as she normally is. Everything's just a little bit looser, as if she hurriedly did everything to put herself together and then just went straight to the library today.
Miss Eves, you have visitors.
Hey,
Augie.
hi. How are you doing? How's your hand?
It is as it was. I've tried over the last week to retain some kind of function in it, but it seems unwilling to compromise with me. So, for now, we let it rest.
What a home you have. This is amazing.
Well, my dear, this is actually not my home.
Oh,
I suppose it's time, isn't it? This is the home of my mentor, my friend. Her name is Gertrude. She is the one who brought me to Candela. After a particular incident when I was about your age that I mentioned to you years and years ago.
yeah.
I found myself without family, and she took me in.
What? How did you find yourself without family? What do you mean?
Well, and she flips through a few pages kind of absent-mindedly. You heard our dear Arlo talking about what happened to her betrothed, yes?
Yes.
Something very similar happened to me at a young age. I had just met Gertrude, and she was fascinating and everything I thought a grand human should be. She was kind and generous, and I wanted to spend more time with her than with my own family. See, my family is a little more the kind of people that you and I are used to spending time with, except not as clever as you, or as me. They made do with what they could. And I found it frustrating to watch them be fine with scraps and bits that were thrown in the town every time they sent me to go find something. I was resentful that that was all that they aspired to. I was young, and as young people often do, I found myself saying awful things in my head to them, imagining arguments, imagining how I would stand up to them if I could someday. And I remember walking home one day, ready to have it out with them, to tell them how awful they were, how they'd taken such terrible care of me, how I aspired to be so much more than what they could be, and that what they could make me. And as I crossed the field toward the small house where we lived, a crack began to form in the sky, as if the sky above us was a snow globe that had suddenly been punched and shattered. And through that crack, a wind came, pulling Varda. I found myself drawn towards it, and I hung on to a tree nearby. But that little house began to move. The whole thing gradually crumpling like a house made of paper mache sucked through a straw. The whole home sucked through the crack. And then it just disappeared as if nothing had happened.
Oh my God.
I don't remember how I got there, but I went back to Gertrude's. And I told her that my parents had abandoned me. And she took me in.
Did you ever tell her what you saw?
I did. But not of my own volition. One day I walked into this library. And I saw her poring over a book in candlelight. And she had some strange device that I'd never seen before. And in that device, there was a crack that looked awfully like the sky that night when I had come home. And immediately the memory of it came back. I had pushed it down. I had forgotten everything that had happened, or at least tried to, and everything came out like a tumble. She shut off the machine, and she told me, if you could survive that without losing your mind, then I think it's time I show you something. And then she brought me to Candela. I thought when I found you that my goal was to protect you from ever having to have an experience like that before, ever in your life. But now I see that you are flourishing. And that to me means that my mission now is to remind you how important you are. How important it is for you to stay strong for those who cannot.
Indeed. Great sacrifices are made by all of us to ensure that what we have experienced befalls few to come. I'm sorry for your loss.
And I am happy for my gain.
Well, Miss Eves, we have some news to share with your circle, if you would come with us for but a minute.
Well then, we should go. She closes the book, but she takes her notebook. And, lead on?
Very well. This way.
Within a short walk later, you find yourself outside of the Black Estate where Arlo resides. Beautiful homestead. After a brief conversation with the servants of that abode, eventually you, Arlo, find your door opening and the familiar sight of compatriots coming to join you.
Hi. How are you all?
Well, yeah. I appreciate the
Suit?
the goodness that you've shown young Augie.
Of course. You look wonderful. Thank you. I even took a bath and I stayed in there till I was like a prune. We've taken a few days to clean the tub out.
It was pretty foul. You know, you go years without a bath, that's gonna be real interesting.
Regardless, Miss Black, hello. Sorry to bother you this afternoon. We have some news to share with your circle, if you would come with us. We have to yet retrieve the doctor. Do you have a few moments?
Of course. Nothing but time.
Wondrous. Grab yourself a coat. It's still a bit of a chilly afternoon with the fog. We'll be along shortly.
All right. Grab a little hat.
Alrighty. Leads you beyond, now heading over to the Briarbank College. I believe if that's where you're currently residing in this midday.
Yeah. His home is right next door. Campus housing.
Campus housing, it's a beautiful thing.
More or less.
Okay, so you're not in the office, you're at your home. We'll say this is maybe a weekend morning.
Okay.
All right. Within a short time, you hear a rap at the door.
I snap to myself, look around. House is somewhat disheveled, more than it usually is, and I've just been sitting in the dark, just staring at a candle wick, just a single candle, trying as hard as I can to make the candle move the way I want it to, and failing miserably, but still. Sorry. Turn the lights on.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Afternoon. Hello, everyone. Come in. Yes. I'm sorry. So sorry.
Now, what does the inside of your abode look like?
Normally, very like a bachelor, like a 50-year-old bachelor lives there. But now there's scraps and food and like some clothing stuff. It's a little bit messy, and Howard's embarrassed. But it's a well-appointed place, covered with books and oddities. Looks nice. It looks like someone who has disposable income, and there are plenty of places to sit. And as I sort of sweep away the week's worth of messiness, come in. Sorry, apologies. Move away. Put stuff away.
Well,
What were you doing, Howard?
Experiments. Nothing intense, just I hope to show you sometime. I think I've almost got it cracked. Cracked, right?
No, yes, don't actually bang. I think you might do some more damage.
Oh, okay.
Have you had it looked at?
I've looked at it.
Wonderful.
fantastic. Appreciate your kindness in allowing us into your home unexpected. So I'm here on behalf of Alexandra, who is currently indisposed on another assignment. But I wanted to inform you that we have managed to clean up and cover for the chaos of the previous week. Should anyone inquire, there was a sickly bear that escaped from the Stone Grove Zoo in the Seidel. But Candela has since kept an eye out since you were all recovering. It seems a number of our suspected red hand movers and shakers have gone rather quiet this past week.
Was Dorna ever discovered?
The Alizarin Gallery has been closed this past week since the incident. Dorna, you reported as possibly slain, but was sighted recently leaving the gallery. So we do know that she is still amongst us. However, based on your reports, what you would find very interesting, and the one lead we do have, should you be interested in perhaps following this thread a bit further, Cara Bellman has not returned home since the events of last week, but this morning we received word from her bandmate Theodore that she reached out yesterday. She has been staying with her uncle in his cabin by the train tracks right before they pass through the Scarlet Woods. He apparently keeps a small orchard there on the outskirts, and I, on behalf of your formal lightkeeper, invite you for both good and closure to find Kara, and persuade in whatever safe means you can any info regarding her ties to the Red Hand, and perhaps where its leadership may reside within New Fair.
Do we know this uncle's name?
I believe the uncle's name. He pulls out a small slip of paper and reads through. Maynard Van Helter. Sorry, wrong note here. He pulls the page over. Different sheet. Vincent Bellman.
And what does he do for a living, ostensibly?
As far as I know, he keeps an orchard, mostly providing for locals and ships some out to New Fair on occasion. That's as much as we have. He's kind of an outlier within the city's records. But that should be enough. Maybe contacting individuals in transit or at your destination could guide you further.
You had a little flavor when you said cabin. Is it just the way you said it, or is it kind of a weird thing?
Well, not weird. There's not many cabins here in the city, and I have been told on more than one occasion that I have an off-putting presentational quality to my speech. My apologies.
It's all right.
It's just how I am.
I run an excellent summer seminar on public speaking, if you'd ever care to come by.
Do you have a pamphlet?
I most certainly do.
Oh, wondrous, thank you. Oh, that's not inexpensive.
Oh, for you, you may certainly audit.
How very kind, Doctor. Appreciate it.
Folds it and puts it into his coat.
But nevertheless, your time is yours. Should you wish not to look into this, just notify a member of Candela and we'll send another team. But Alexandra insisted that you had first opportunity given the rather personal nature of your previous encounters.
Is Alexandra all right?
Alexandra's fine. There's just other phenomenon being looked into, unrelated, with another circle.
All right. Can I read him to see if it is definitely unrelated?
Yes, you may. Go ahead and roll read for me.
The boss?
5 on the gilded. Oh, I get a drive back.
If you have an empty space, you get a drive back in that area. Yeah.
Oh!
Look at that!
Oh, what a strat! Roll the hell out of those, Gilded.
That's how you refill the drive if you need to. All right, so mixed success.
Yes.
He doesn't seem to be hiding anything.
Okay.
This is more of just a formal, like, the boss is busy, so I have to be here. You know, they wish they could be here, but I'm here on their behalf.
Got it.
Doesn't seem to be worried or of a divided mind over anything.
Okay.
Do we know where the Scarlet Woods is, or is that?
You do. They are to the northeast of the city. I mean, the roads are pretty extensive, and there's a river crossing there, but the train does travel from the city of New Fair to and through the Scarlet Wood. And you do know that there is a number of stops along the way. There is one stop at the base of the Scarlet Wood as well.
How long of a ride is it on the train?
Oh, from here, maybe no more than a few hours. It's not too terribly far.
Is it particularly populated, or would it be particularly obvious if someone were to get off a train there that they might be coming to this particular cabin? Particularly? Can I say particularly any more times?
Particularly.
Particularly.
Piccadilly. We're talking about trains.
Particularly.
There it is.
I don't think so. There's a vibrant rural community around the stop-off point, the station there, as well as many outlying farmers and cultivators of the land and the Scarlet Wood itself. So I don't think it would be odd at all. But, you know, always keep a glance over your shoulder. Anyway.
Right. Well, thank you.
Best of luck.
We'll head out immediately. Maybe.
Very well. So we can count on you to investigate.
Yes.
Wondrous. I'll let Alexandra know next I see her. Should you require any specific monetary aid from Candela, just let us know.
Thank you.
What's like with the usual? Just so I know, since I'm new here. What's like the usual? What do you just giving money out, or like if you need it? I'm just asking.
With an itemized list of the various requirements and things that you are looking to possibly require as part of this endeavor, we could go through an approval process with our internal auditors, and with everything properly stamped formally, we can go ahead and provide you with the necessary funds.
I see. There we go.
But
Appreciate the hustle.
Just checking.
of course, thank you for your kindness in allowing us into your home. Should you need us for anything, feel free to find the nearest telegraph station or send a letter via page. Good day, everyone.
Good day, Edmund.
Takes his hat off the coat and turns around.
I love him.
I know.
Kind of wanders off into the afternoon air.
Potato Man.
Well, it seems that this situation that we thought was over is not particularly. Why am I saying particularly so much? This one is not over. I don't know if I'm all right. After the last, I'm a bit rattled since our last endeavor, apparently.
Is it all right that I said we would head out and look into it?
Oh, certainly.
All right.
I got nothing else to do.
I enjoy farms. I grew up on a farm, actually. Oh, I certainly did. We didn't have an orchard, but a few small crabapple trees. I'd love to go back.
Did you have chickens?
We did have chickens.
I've always wanted to see a chicken.
They're very enjoyable, very easy to kill. You just grab their necks, a little twist, and you have dinner.
Oh, wonderful.
That said, I'd be willing to go. The city's a bit stuffy these days.
It is. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else, any other information we might be able to glean from the town. We know Kara was playing with Theodore, who's her bandmate. I don't know if speaking to him is necessary, or if we just should
have that information.
I think we should just head on
On the
out.
train and go. I mean, we just are
ask
going
him
to
for
talk to her. We're just going to talk to her to see if she can lead to anything new, right?
Yes, and I don't suppose she knows our involvement in the previous endeavor.
I mean, not any more than us showing up at the investigation.
Would Howard know?
Did watch you punch out the chief of the periphery there.
There was that. Ah, yes. I'd block that out.
Is she gonna accept us? You know, like, if she sees us, she'll be like, no, you were the ones that...
It's quite hard to run away in an open field if it's just a cabin.
That's true.
Our nearest neighbors were miles away. Not to say that she would be screaming for any reason, as if we were trying to get information out of them or frightening her, only that I think we should be okay.
Just keep the brass knuckles in your pocket for this one, I think.
Certainly.
How's your head?
It is just fine. I think.
Can we see it?
My head?
Or is your hat attached to it now?
It's rather private, actually.
Oh.
Would you mind if I keep it on? I didn't have time to comb my hair this morning.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well then, I suppose off we go.
All right. Yeah.
Unless there's
Is it
any...
bad that we're not, like, preparing anything?
Well, no, let's say...
You don't think she's summoning anything at the cabin, do you? We're not gonna walk in and she'll have brought a demon forth in the cabin. Or whatever creature.
Well, from our previous discoveries, it seems like she was more of a tool for Dorna than necessarily someone who conjured herself. Am I
What
correct?
if she's the leader of everything?
Well then, we will have tripped upon quite a find, won't we?
Maybe she's hiding out from the Red Hand as well.
Now that is very possible.
Well, she is the Red Hand. I don't know how that would make any sense.
If Dorna has been seen, I wonder how conscious she was of our presence at that final battle.
Probably very.
Very.
She was screaming directly at us, "Help me!
there
Pull
was
me
that.
from him! I'm being eaten!"
And we did have her box and red hand gloves and obsidian.
I think the long and short of it is we won't be incognito with pretty much anyone on this particular assignment for the time being.
Then, as Edmund said, best to keep our wits about us and walk in proudly.
Let's go. Are there any particular
To
items?
the steel! No, to the steam!
To the steam!
Same.
Alrighty.
I think I have my standard
Yeah.
bleed containment vial with me,
Okay,
and I...
yeah. Select any items you want to bring that, you can choose up to 3, but you may leave one. You may leave a few open if you'd like to choose in the moment what makes sense.
Oh, right, because we don't need the same ones that we got last time, but I like my...
If you like your spread, stick with it.
I like the spread.
All right.
I still have the captain's gun, or do you think I probably give that back?
Where would you have given the captain's gun back?
No!
Then you still have it.
All right.
Dude, pretty...
All right.
Then you still have a periphery handgun.
I'm strapped.
An illegal police officer, periphery officer's gun.
Yeah.
And badge.
And badge.
Bad.
Get rid of it?
Well, we could probably use it.
What? Just
You see someone with a badge and you instantly listen to them.
I'm all for it. True. More firepower, the better. Am I right?
It's true. I'll keep it hidden. I'll keep us safe.
Alrighty. Gathering your things, you begin the trek to the Steam, this kind of beautiful way station district of New Fair. Has a number of small, scattered neighborhoods as well as a few outskirt industrial buildings, but primarily here, this is the crossroads of land-based interaction within the city. There is the massive train station itself, the steam train station that sits here on the far eastern side of New Fair. And as you approach, you can see the small crowds gathering. It doesn't look like it's going to be a full load of people making their way northward along the tracks. But within a short conversation and some quick tickets purchased, you are led on by the conductor onto one of the numerous passenger-carrying carts into the comfortable kind of deep maroon velvet seats that are set in. It is a nice way to travel. And I'd say probably for you, Augie, this may be the first time you've been on the steam train.
Oh, yeah. Ooh-wee!
A brief kickoff of heavy begins to pick up steam, literally. Within a short time, the train takes off and you find yourselves traveling on and away from the city of Newfair. You can see the glistening tall buildings and the daytime somewhat fog-obscured skyline, though now as the fog begins to burn off, you can see the glittering tops of the multi-glass and metallic topped spires that mark
Hey,
the
look at the
beautiful city.
spires!
I love you. Carrying onward, it's a beautiful journey, kind of rocking a bit as it goes. Eventually, the final bits of the outskirt districts begin to vanish on the horizon as you begin to approach the rolling hills and beautiful grass and grain fields that mark the northern side of the Highlands here around the city. Eventually, the bridge comes up and you traverse over the river, coming to across the way into another wide, hilly valley. And there you can see beyond the Bridleborn Mountains that rise up to the north, the climbing crags themselves, kind of a brown-red in their own color. And there, clustered around their base, all around where they meet the landscape, you can see the vibrant crimson color of the Scarlet Woods, home to numerous natural creatures that create the semblance of nature that still holds this side of the Halen countryside, as well as a number of people that live on the outskirts and throughout, as well as a handful of illegal stills that extract the sap from the trees to make the scarlet, a hallucinogenic substance that has long been outlawed within the city. Not that it stops the flow of it in the evening hours. But while you have this time in the journey, if there's anything you wish to discuss, clarify, curious to bring up or not, you may. Otherwise, we will bring you to the next stop.
I think just at some point, Charlotte is looking out over the fields and she catches a reflection of herself and she just touches her hair where a shock of gray has appeared over the course of the week. And then she shakes it off and looks at Augie's delight.
You look smart.
It does. It looks quite lovely.
Thank you. It wasn't intentional, but there it is.
It's very distinguished.
It's everything a woman wants to be. Distinguished.
Why wouldn't she want to be distinguished?
You're right, Arlo. I suppose I've been used to using other assets to my advantage. Why not that?
Not but a few hours of travel later, the city is a distant blip as the Scarlet Woods grow closer and closer. But the afternoon also begins to draw to a close. As you see, the sunset begins to kick in at about the time you approach the station here on the southern side of the Scarlet Woods. A number of passengers, as well as you, as it slowly the screeches to a slow halt. And as the train comes to a rolling stop at the edge, the doors open. People begin to shuffle off of it, just a handful. And you get your first breath of the fresh countryside here.
Whoa,
It's clean, isn't
it
it?
smells so different. There's no smell. There's no shit smell. It's like clean and fresh and...
Do we want to disembark here or further in?
Is this the last stop before the
This
woods?
is the last stop before it goes straight through the forest.
Oh, yes.
And the cabin is on the edge,
Yes,
so yes.
Off we go. Although we didn't exactly plan to spend the night here, did we? Right. Just clocking the time.
The conductor is kind of like just finishing up, checking out his pocket watch as you guys are leaving, if you have any questions.
When is the last train back?
Oh, last train here tonight's about 3 hours from now.
Oh,
We've got 2 more coming through in the next hour, a few shipments. It's named mainly a shipment-based train heading southward, but the last one, there should be a few more spots if you're only staying for a bit.
I should buy 4 tickets now for the train back.
Oh, very well.
What are the shipments that are going south? Do you know what they are? They're just a bunch of shipments.
Oh, we have the Tristan lumberyard up on the north side of woods there. We're taking in a whole series of shipments for new construction out there in the city, as well as a number of other imports coming from the north side of Hale. So that's about all I'm aware of. I don't really hold the deep ledgers. I'm not responsible for that. I'm mostly for the passengers here.
Would I have an awareness of where my sources come from in terms of shipments?
You would know that there are 2 farmsteads deep within the woods that themselves primarily work in lumber. But there is one of the younger family members, a young cousin named Reginald, who he's... Reginald.
Reggie.
He's actually more like a Reginald.
Yeah.
You've not met him in person, but you've seen the name used, and he's the one contact that you originated with, and then he went dark for about a year because there was a bust in one of the stills, but he's up and running again, and you've been eager to have the returning flow of scarlet into your establishment.
Right.
Yeah. Can I contribute a few extra dollars for the tickets? Perhaps we'll take young August on business class on the way back home.
What a wonderful idea, Howard.
It'll be special.
Sir, I did have a question.
Yeah,
You said
yeah.
someone you said the ledger book and all that, that's somebody else that takes care of that? Who takes care of that? Just to know. I flash my periphery badge.
Go ahead and make a sway test.
Yeah, impersonating a periphery officer. Let's go.
Do I help you? Yes, I do.
I got a 6.
Yeah!
All right.
You didn't need to help you.
Star of the Academy.
Save it.
Chief.
Exactly.
My apologies, officer. I wasn't aware that you were that'd be
It's fine.
Tory Lynn's. Tory Lynn's was the one who'll be running the evening ledgers passing through here. If you're we've been doing our best to try and make sure that nothing illegal passes through here. We do have a rather extensive inspection process before it makes its way into the city, but you're more than welcome to go ahead and give a once or twice over if you're feeling you and your periphery compatriots here want to.
Sure, we may. Thank you so much. What
course,
a wonderful
don't-
citizen of our city.
Hey, want nothing but the best for our folk here, and don't hate the idea that people are breaking the good laws of our township. So
Me too.
Indeed.
While we were in town, I wanted to visit an old family friend. His name is Vincent Bellman? I know he lives around here, but I'm not sure which direction.
I don't know Vince, but I do know there's the Bellman and Chappelle Orchard.
Yes.
Follow the main street here in the town just beyond here is maybe about 6 or so blocks before the town comes to an end. There's 2 roads that lead out. Follow the northern road. It'll lead into the Scarlet Wood, and kind of hard to miss the orchard. It's a patch of green in the midst of the red. But unless they moved it or something happened, that's where you'll find it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Safe travels, officers. Safe travels. Absolutely normal citizens of the environment. Whatever you're doing, I hope it goes well and is legal. Anyway, we're about to shove off here in a minute.
We'll probably see you a little later.
All right, gets back up into the
That guy is
steam
moving
train.
so much drugs.
100%.
Oh man, so much.
So much.
Amateur. Amateur.
It's so cool to see, to see the woods in person, all the stuff that we, move throughout the city, to see, the real where it comes from.
The source, is it what?
Yes.
Can I make a confession? Yes. As we walk. I've never tried Scarlet.
Have any ever tried?
I wanted to, but Eddie said I shouldn't. But I know he spent a lot of time over in the Red Lamp District.
Ah, did he?
Wait, have you ever tried it? Oh, right. Have you ever tried it? Probably not you. You too.
What What was that?
Have you ever tried Scarlet?
Scarlet? Why, of course not. Of course.
Yeah, I'm gonna read.
Yeah, read. All of us read. Every single one of us reads. And we all
A mixed success.
All right.
On the Gilded. Okay, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
If I take the Gilded, do I have to take a drive back in Cunning?
Yes.
Oh man.
It has to be of that section.
All right.
So mixed success?
Mixed success. Mixed success.
Mixed success. Okay. Definitely low stakes roll.
With a 4.
You glean a little bit of truth from the good doctor here. So what does she?
Oh, every chemical compound has its purposes in this world. After all, we are just all born of the primordial soup. And if you choose to partake of what nature provides for you, you can have myriad experiences throughout this world, and Scarlet is simply one of those. So if you choose to partake, it is a personal choice. But,
So you have.
yes, absolutely. I enjoy it quite a bit.
A voice over your shoulder goes, "You best not be bringing that in our town now.
Excuse me?
I heard y'all talking about Scarlet. Don't you be trying to bring that shit in here. We got too many kids." And you see her around. You see this older woman, like this motherly-looking figure, bit of a bit of a hood cap on, and like a simple dress. And you see she's holding a small child in her arm that's like kind of just like mewling.
Yes, ma'am. We do not recommend Scarlet for infant children.
Now, I see y'all dressed well. All you've been running them business, kind of throwing the steals out here. We don't want them coming into our houses taking. We may be doing a little more, because y'all seem to be stopping nothing. There's been violence and shit going on there. Been hearing about people been firing and getting in gunfights and stuff up north. I have a cousin who recently all got hit on the head by somebody who was trying to go ahead and sell that around here. You don't bring that in here with our kids.
What's your name? Shut up. What's your name?
You see, like, people like nearby in the street are like
Ma'am.
walking.
Tell me, what's your name? And I reach over and I take her hand in between mine.
Virginia?
Virginia.
Yeah?
My name is Charlotte. I understand caring so much about the environment, particularly when you're raising a little one like this. But do believe me when I say we are doing everything in our power to make sure that none of this scarlet goes into the wrong hands or the wrong bodies, including those of your families.
Sure, whatever. You city folk, do what you do whenever you come through here. Walks off. Hey, Pap. He kind of like wanders off further into the town.
Come on. Oh, that's funny.
Hilarious. Hey, what?
But you have made a little bit of a scene here in the middle of the street.
We made a little bit of a.
Well, I mean, you were accessory to a bit of a scene.
I think perhaps it's time for a nice walk in the woods,
Shall we?
shall
Yes,
we?
let's go. Let's go.
I really didn't like that woman. She was a bit intense. I don't know why she was screaming.
As we're walking away, can I just survey the scene and see?
What are you looking for?
I'm just looking for anyone oddly paying attention to us. Like, we know there was a scene, but I just want to make sure that there's no. I'm looking for anyone following us or any kind of nefarious somethings.
Sure. Go make a survey test for me.
Mixed success with a 5.
Mixes up. Okay. Glancing around as you're now coming to the end of the main street that divides into the two roads on the far end. I mean, most of the folk here are a little more, I'll say, a little less dressed up as your band. So by the nature of your presence, both being this far into the town and wandering in the direction of just open scarlet woods right on the cusp of night, there are a few odd glances and a few individuals that kind of walk as you go, and you can see that kind of that look of judgment, that rise of the lower lid. You definitely don't feel necessarily welcome by some, though others just seem to pay no mind as you pass through. As you head to the edge of the town, you can see one gentleman who has a bit of a newsies cap on the front, a pair of suspenders over a billowing white shirt, the sleeves rolled up past where the shoulders are, dirt-covered hands, big overalls kind of over that, and it's just kind of in the process of digging with a shovel. Looks to be just kind of turning over either fresh-tilled dirt or freshly buried grave, you're uncertain. But as you all pass by, just kind of sticks a shovel in the ground and looks over and just watches you as you all continue walking beyond the town.
Can I read him to see what that look means?
You may. Go ahead and roll for read.
We didn't read people enough. We have that skill.
Yes, I mean,
Now we're gonna read
I only
everybody.
have one, so I don't really have that. 4.
4, big success. He's taken note. You don't see him pursuing, but you certainly you haven't kept yourself below the radar.
Yeah.
But
I'm
these seem to
gonna
be
stare at him
simple times.
back as we walk by.
Just goes back to work.
Right. The faster we move, I think the better.
Okay.
And now, going to see Grandma.
Only about 30 or so minutes later, and the sun has begun to set. The dark of night begins to creep in, but the sky still holds like a fair pink coloration. You still have another 30 or so minutes before full sunset really kicks in and night begins. But as you enter the secondary northern road, it curves into the exterior of the Scarlet Woods, and within a short time you are stepping into the far darker interior of the canopy of the forest itself. It is beautiful. It is serene. You can see there's that gentle blanket of fallen leaves and multicolored ferns that just kind of gather around chunks of moss and rock that emerge from these massive scarlet trees. They're thick trunks of deep brown burgundy wood and these just extremely deep red and orange leaves. These plumes that rise up and gather against each other to create this beautiful canopy, like a reverse blanket that sits above you, with just small sections where shafts of light begins to break through. It's beautiful, and it also becomes a little more ominous the darker it gets as you travel. You begin to hear the change in the sound. The wind begins to fade, and the nocturnal beings that live here begin to emerge. You hear the crickets first, and then the owls. You hear the occasional, just various critters coming out to hunt for the night.
Did anybody bring a lantern?
I mean, I could.
Do we leave? I mean, it's getting pretty dark.
It's going to be dark in the next, let's say, 15 minutes from where you are now.
Maybe there will be a lantern at the cabin. We can
borrow?
go quickly.
If you don't expose your eyes to unnatural light sources, your vision will slowly adapt to the dark. If you spend a lot of time in the
I'm
dark.
gonna hold on to Howard's arm as I close my eyes and walk.
Well, not.
Just so my eyes adjust.
All right, well, okay, do your best.
Do we see anything remotely?
No.
No. So good. So good. Like a road where we're looking for this.
Yeah, as you follow the path through, it isn't too long before you begin to, with the light that still remains, see the shift where a number of trees begin to fall away into a grove that's been carved here on the kind of near the outskirts of the Scarlet Woods. And within this space, you can see planted in rows, beautiful, beautiful apple trees, tall and grand in their presentation. You can see they're well kept, and a number of fallen apples sit amongst the base of the trees that may have either been a little too past after they fell, and have just been left to kind of become part of the earth and sustenance for the trees themselves. But nevertheless, the orchard is here, and you can just see a little ways in from there the warm light from the interior of the windows of a cabin.
The last time we saw Kara, I believe you were outside of the room for the most part, yes?
Yes. I was.
So then
Wait, no, you
we were inside, and you had got
Yes,
been with the gentleman who was getting you
Yes.
water.
I walked in right as Howard punched the periphery.
I was hoping that she might not recognize at least one of us.
Oh, no, I definitely saw her.
Right.
Well, maybe we'll be a nice face to see. I don't know why. I don't know what that means.
Well, perhaps we can convince her we are allies. Just don't know how, knowing not... I'm assuming that she's somehow in league with Dorna, but I don't know how.
She could be, most certainly. She could also be, as we mentioned, perhaps running from her as well.
Yes.
It's one or the other. I suppose it's a coin toss.
She did seem genuinely frightened when she was in the hotel room.
This is
I
true.
wonder if it was an act or if...
Well, if we can find her...
lied. Sure, but she might have realized she was responsible for murder.
Yes.
Well, we've almost lost all daylight. I suppose we should at least get on and head towards the cabin.
And if she's hiding and we found her this easily, someone else might be able to find her as well.
Very true.
So...
Hey, goes there!
Oh.
Orchard's closed. It's night.
Hello, good sir.
You see a gentleman who's stepping away from some of the trees, the large basket by his side. This probably man in his mid to early 50s or so. Big curly plume of kind of reddish brown hair, big bushy beard that like encompasses the entirety of his clavicle and the space under his chin. He's wearing work clothes, the sleeves up, some work gloves on top of that. Looks to be a bit sweaty and is finishing a day of work and just kind of approaches with his like thick boots kind of pushing through the soft earth, sets the basket down. Come back tomorrow when it's late.
Mr. Bellman?
Hey?
Is your niece here?
Wait.
Oh, couldn't we talk to her?
Like a soy test.
Oh.
I'm gonna give you a drive.
Oh, I'm gonna give myself a drive too. So I should have waited for you.
That's all right. That's all right. How many does that give you
That
with
gives me
hers and
2.
yours?
I'll give you one as well.
All right. 4.
Okay. Aye, she's here, aye. She's just taking a few days to visit her old uncle. Why, wait, what's your business with her? How do you know her?
Well, not to be indiscreet, but her friend Theodore was concerned for her safety. He asked us to check in on her.
Be my guest. She's kind of just kept to herself. And to be honest, been kind of strange for a while. It wasn't, it was a bit of a surprise to have her suddenly show up. So, man, still family, still blood, so you help where you can, but you know, she's more of one of them city politics folk. It's funny how they come crawling back to their rural family when they need a little help, aye.
When was the last time you seen her before this time?
That'd be yesterday. Last night.
Before she came here, like a couple years?
Oh, 5-6 years.
Oh.
Wow.
Did she seem sad or frightened?
I don't know, she just kind of came in and told me she was staying for a bit. Didn't give me much of a chance to rebut. You friends of ours?
In a manner of speaking, we're friends of Theodore's, and Theodore's a friend of hers.
All right, I mean, yeah.
Thank you.
But don't stay too long. We've only got the one guest room and she's already in it.
It's
Don't
quite
have room
all
for the
right.
rest
We
of
want
the
to
two.
be out in the next couple hours. We need to catch the train back.
All right. Well, I'll finish up my business. Yeah. When you see her, tell her dinner will be down for an hour. And I picked up another book for her while I was in town, so...
Does she like to read?
She does. As do I. I'm a reader. I know it might be a surprise to see
No,
you more
What are you reading?
elegant folk.
No, not at all. I'm always intrigued by what people...
What the lesser folk read?
No,
What
no,
we-
sir. I am an eager learner. I'm always intrigued by what fascinating people are reading, particularly people who may not come from the same upbringing as I have. I didn't always live in the city myself. Would you tell me what you're reading?
Make a sway test. He's very much like...
Mixed success, and I will take the gilded die, so that's a 4.
Okay.
Oh, wait, do I need the gilded die? No, I don't. Mixed success, I will take a 5.
Okay. 4 and 5 are the same.
No, I know, but
fun.
isn't it a little bit
It does
better?
feel a little
but
nicer.
it is the exact same. Oh, you don't.
They're both mixed successes,
They're
but yeah,
exactly
yeah, yeah. I don't think I
But still,
I have it.
5 just feels better.
It does.
Yeah, it's a higher number.
It's a little bit less
It's better
mixed
for sure.
There you
than
Are you a fan of fiction?
I am.
There's this author named T.C. Vellum. You know of him?
Oh, no, go on.
He writes these very fascinating stories about these young college boys solving mysteries. Aye, these old scrappy young, this, folks who worked their way into a fine education and start unraveling the secrets around society.
I love those stories.
Spooky stories, little ghost things, that fun stuff.
I absolutely know. I myself am a fan of a particular author who does the same with young ladies. One young lady in particular, she's red hair, it's just a wonderful story, and it makes me feel like anyone from any background, from any place, can be someone to solve the problem.
Couldn't have said it better myself. All right. I misjudged you. You're well read. And I may have an extra copy of the Variety Boys in there if you want me to grab it for you.
I would love it.
Certainly. All right. Well, I gotta finish my work. You go.
Should we take her book into her when we see her?
What was that?
You said you bought another book for her. Should we?
No,
take
I have an extra. If you want to read it, I can send you away with it.
Right.
But yeah, I just, I guess, feel free to go inside and just don't stay too long.
Thank you.
You're welcome. He goes off, grabs his basket, and starts finishing up his work.
Right. Shall we?
Walk
What
right
do we
in.
when we walk to when we see the cabin? The lights are on. I mean, like lanterns. What
Yeah,
does it look inside?
it's warmly lit on the inside, both bottom and top floor. It's a 2-story cabin made from the same scarlet woods, stripped wood material in itself. It's dark coloration, beautiful, simple, but elegant in that kind
There's
of
drugs
world.
in the walls.
Clearly, this isn't my first rodeo. I feel like we don't. I don't want to startle her, just in case she's behind this front door. And so I gently knock before going in.
Okay. Nobody downstairs, it seems, hears it, so
Let's go.
opens up. Look inside, warmly lit, kind of welcoming hearth. You can see there's a small fire. It's more of like a crackle in the fireplace, like it was probably set in advance of the evening just to keep the house warmed up a number of hours ago and is now starting to trickle out. There's a small dining room table to the right with a few chairs around it. You can see a stove in the corner, a little stove pipe kind of heading out at the side of the cabin. And it looks like there is one set of switchback stairs that heads to a secondary floor.
Do we see anything that might be a portable light source?
You don't have to make a survey roll for this. Yeah, there are 2 oil lanterns.
Are they large or are they?
They're about that tall.
Okay, so someone would notice us walking out with them. There's nothing smaller.
Yeah.
Right.
Go
Okay.
for a lamp. So we knocked on the first floor. Nobody there.
Correct.
Just head on upstairs.
I just want to survey the room and see if there's anything else out of order that we see.
Sure, go ahead and make a survey
Particularly
check.
anything that looks like Kara might have left it.
You got it.
I just love these apparently I just love these survey rolls. 1, 2, 3, good. 6.
Ooh, great. Okay. You see there are dishes set aside from an earlier meal. You looking at them, they look like they're maybe actually a little older. Like they're not from this morning, like probably from a day ago. It looks like some of the tools have been set aside for a day's work. There's some tracks of mud and dirt at the front way entrance to the cabin itself, but nothing seems necessarily out of place or odd. Nothing's catching you strange about the floor.
Can I sense anything magically out of tune? Is there any bleed?
Go
that I
ahead
can
and make
feel?
a sense test for me.
Okay. Oh, it's a fail.
That's a failure.
Should have used my bleed detector.
As you kind of close your eyes and try and find that one tugging thread of the flare that is now burned on the inside of your body from partially crossing that threshold. Not too long ago, you feel that like ping within you, not evoked from your surroundings, but the flashing of memory of losing your fiancé, of nearly losing your friends, and the cold kind of buzzing sensation of that gray corruption crawling its way further up your arm and body. And you go ahead and take a brain from the stress of recalling this.
Are you all right? Of course.
When no one answers the door, and after they've done their quick scan, and she says, "Don't startle her," I go, "All right, don't startle her." And then I'm just gonna slip out the front door and throw my overcoat hood on and just sort of creep around the outside of the house. I don't want to be all together.
Yeah, no.
I don't want to be a big target. We're always a big four-person target.
And also, especially since you're the one who knocked out the police officer, it's probably best for you not to be the first face she sees.
Good point. Bye-bye.
What are we doing? Sorry,
Into the dark.
We're still...
holding that
Don't
before
need
we
to
left the city. I had a pee so
Hide
bad.
moments, since there's nobody in the immediate proximity that you're testing against.
Okay.
But should you enter a scene at some point, then we'll take it from there.
Okay.
Howard is going to stay
Go
out
pee in
of...
that bush.
It's quite all right.
There's no bathrooms on trains. I've been holding that in. I had to go butter my ghost toast. If you know what I mean.
All right. I don't know if you want to share that with the rest of us. Bathroom activities. Howard is going to stay out of sight for the time being, so that he doesn't startle the young lady. Perhaps you and I should go.
Sure.
Yeah.
Where's Howard?
You guys are gentle.
He slipped out so as not to be, not to startle Kara.
Oh.
Shall we?
Sure. I'll stay out here. I'll just stand by the door. If you need something, you can tell me.
Be close.
Yeah. Be close.
So the two of you are ascending the stairs and you're staying back on the first floor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Before we go upstairs, that would be smart.
The two of you climb the stairs to the secondary floor. It's a smaller floor. There's like a little kind of arrival 10 by 10 foot area there, which has a little table with a vase with some kind of flowers that look like they're starting to wither a bit, not well kept. And there are two doors here to two different rooms.
We both open at the same time. No, knock.
Well, no, I don't know why I'm terribly suspicious of this young lady. I'm sure she's fine. I'm sure she's running, but... do you have your bleed detector handy? Can we use it?
Sure.
Beep, beep, bop, doop.
Bleed detector begins to slightly glow across the interior of the kind of this waiting space here on the second floor. Mm-hmm. No sign of bleed. Pretty solid.
Perhaps we knock?
Sure. We'll both knock on each door at the same time. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Oh, goodness.
You both knock. No response.
Maybe she's peeing.
Kara? Oh.
Okay. You open one door and it leads to a bedroom here, kind of simple, rustic looking, maybe twin bed with what looks like almost like a bear fur that's put over for the blanket there. You can see there's some paintings in the walls that look like older family portraits. It looks like there's a shotgun leaned up against the side of the bed. This is likely Vincent's bedroom, but it is empty.
I think this is Vincent's bedroom.
I'll just peek in and spy the shotgun. It's good to know. Well, Kara? Kara, your uncle sent us with a book from the city. May I come in?
No response.
We should just go in.
I open the door, but I stay on the threshold.
It's locked.
We should just push the door open.
It's locked. I don't have any strikes, so I'm not the person. Augie! Augie! Just come.
What?
This door, it's locked, and we're not hearing from her now.
I'm gonna go into Vincent's room. Keep talking.
Okay, you go into Vincent's room.
He's locked.
Do you have any, skill to...
I have burglary equipment.
So,
Whoa!
pick that, you know what, I know this...
Burglary equipment.
He's got a particular... this young man has a particular set of skills. Why do you think I took him in?
Yeah.
Yes.
I can get into places where you need to be just...
All right. Yeah, so go ahead and make a hide test for me. Or control, your choice.
So, I also was born in the shadows. So when attempting to avoid security or detection, you gild an extra hide die.
Okay. So you want to roll hide on this, and you get an extra gilded die on this.
So I got one.
Extra heal. Mm-hmm. That's pretty good.
Doesn't mean an extra dice, which means one of the dies. This is +1 die, or is it does it say additional die is gilded?
Additional die is gilded.
Okay, so it's whatever your hide is.
Gild an extra hide die. So I think it's not gilded. Wait.
Gild an extra hide die, which means...
Gild an extra hide die.
Which means you... How many points do you have in it?
So I have in hide, I have 2 and 1 gilded.
Right, so both of those would be gilded. So it's 2 dice and they're both gilded. But you could use drives if you want to add more.
I'm slowly catching.
That's okay. It's a new system.
Yes, let me use a drive.
Okay, so that's 2 gilded and 1 die.
Yes.
Do it.
Oh, it's getting caught in my... All right, a 5.
Yeah.
5, that's great. You take that. Is that on the gilded?
It's not on the gilded.
Okay, so you still lose the drive. But the door opens up, and within you see the gentle, warm light of a low oil lantern that's in the cusp of burning out. Just a very, very faint bit of light. As you enter, you can see the bed to the right, and across the room, in a chair, you see a woman sitting, facing away from you.
You're in the other room?
I was just going to go in and see if Howard had any drawers so I could open to see if there were keys or anything.
Vincent, yes.
Vincent, sorry. Vincent.
You start going through the drawers?
Yeah, just to look for a shiny key.
Okay. Go ahead and make a survey.
This is at disadvantage, so I'm rolling 2.
Okay.
They're both equally shit.
Fair enough.
3s.
Okay. You do go ahead and start pulling some of the drawers, and within them is clothes, tools, no sign of any keys. As you slam one of the drawers closed, what you don't realize, the shotgun tumbles from the side of the wall, and you back away just as it hits the ground and fires off. All of you hear collectively the sound of a shotgun blast from the top floor of the house.
Sorry! Run around to see if she's okay.
I'm watching Kara.
No
Doesn't
response. Oh, that was very loud.
I need your bleed detector now.
I come out of the room. I can't hear anything.
Don't go in, just reach out.
I'm gonna go over to the light source and I'm gonna try to turn it up a little bit. Turn the little knobby so the little...
You realize it's turned up. It's just almost completely out of oil.
All right, I'm gonna peek around to where the front of her, to the side, so I can get a little profile.
You kind of come around to the side where she's just sitting, facing away from the door where you came from, as you begin to enter with your bleed detector. As you come in, you see the interior of this chamber is suffused in bleed. There is just scattering smatters of magic corruption across the interior of this room, just as you cross the threshold of view to see Kara sitting within the chair. And above her chin, just a flat, blank, faceless wall of skin, bereft of any features.
Augie, come back. What? I just don't want you in the bleed. I want it.
She doesn't. Part of her face is gone. Part of her face is gone. Her fucking nose is gone. Her fucking everything is gone.
You heard the shotgun go off, and at which point you immediately see Vincent is like, "What the hell is that? What are you doing?" And starts like running back to the house.
Vincent.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm absolutely going to.
Oh, God.
I did leave my brass knuckles at home, but as Vincent runs toward the house, I pop out from behind one of the trees in the grove, fully clothed, and I pull out from my pocket. I have a little blackjack with me.
Okay.
And as he runs toward the house, I pop out and say, "Sorry." And I'm going to try to bonk him on the dome with the blackjack.
All right, go ahead and roll a strike test.
What's a blackjack? Because I literally just picture a little...
Non-lethal. It's like a little...
a club?
Like a
pop.
smack.
It's like a little
Yeah.
smacky club to make you go to sleepy time.
Yep.
Not
Heavy-
overly horrible.
No.
Not overly horrible, but
a comfortably carryable bludgeoning instrument.
Right.
I'll spend drive.
Okay.
That's a full 6.
Yes.
What's going on? I thought you were... just slumps right, just like hits the wood hard, and it's just this unconscious pile of men. You can hear that sound, that horrible like breathing
He
sound.
went to sleepy time immediately?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And onto his face, where there's like the air passage right now is a little obscured.
So I'll tilt his head back and put his neck back into alignment so he stops snoring and just sort of lay him out. Oh, my. And then I'll run up the stairs toward the where I heard the shotgun sound.
All right. In the interim, what are you doing?
Is she breathing?
How am I supposed to tell when there's no face?
I'm gonna walk up to her and put my hand on her chest to see if there's a rise and fall. Or...
Oh.
She's warm, but there's no breath, there's no nostrils, there's no mouth. It's just a blank.
Like the skin's been pulled off and everyth's...
Like,
just
like
skin?
it's
It's just skin.
skin. Like someone erased the features.
Is there like a where the nose bone was, like where it's raised, or is it just smooth?
No, it's just smooth. There's no eye sockets.
Awful.
There's no cheekbones. It's just a blank.
In my studies, would I have heard of anything of this? In my library studies in Gertrude's library, would I have heard of...
Nah. You've heard all manner of odd things, but this one's new.
Dong, 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 dong. Oh, you found her.
Stay back, stay back.
She's warm.
Oh.
And
It was recent. They must be.
near?
It was recent.
I'll try to take her pulse
Oh, no.
Okay.
on her carotid.
There's a heartbeat.
Oh, she is alive. In a manner of speaking, her heart is beating, and she is most certainly warm.
How is she breathing?
I do not know.
Should we cut it off?
No,
That's, I don't know.
I just want to look around
We
the
can
room
certainly
and see
try.
if
I don't
there's-
see why not.
If there's anything in the room that looks like glyphs or occult or anything that seems not...
Sure. Go ahead and make a survey test for me, if you don't mind.
And her body isn't responding when we touch it or anything. Like she's not like turning her shoulders or anything. It's just
Nope.
like.
That is a... do I want to... I'll take a 6.
Okay, so you take a 6 and a success. Glancing around the chamber, you can see there's 2 of her bags unpacked. You can see there's a pile of clothes. Looks like she's, settled in here in recent days. You can see, you do notice that there is a somewhat, not to say crumpled, but like a weathered envelope that sits on the side of the bed that's kind of tucked in the drawer in a small kind of bedside table with no label on it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to knock that over. I'm so loud. That's right. If there's anything like a letter opener or anything that I can just pull that out with.
Yeah, the envelope's open.
Okay, and I'd like to see what's inside it.
It is blank.
It's a blank.
It is a blank sheet of paper.
There's no way.
Oops.
Do you still have your lighter?
Oh, sure.
I can take this and sort of check if it like you know how invisible ink does the thing if you
Right.
I want to try to do that.
Okay. Doesn't seem to be having an immediate effect. I will say, if you want to, go ahead and make a Make a control test for me to try and hold the flame to the paper without igniting it.
You sure you don't want to make a different roll? Like a survey roll since I'm searching for things?
Nope, that's specifically what this needs.
That's fine.
I'll give you a drive.
Yep. 6. Yes.
6, okay. You do not manage to ignite the letter. You do darken it in places, but you do not see any text.
What about the bleed? What about the bleed detector? You think there's like hidden writing or something?
Okay, you go ahead and ignite the bleed detector. And indeed, some text begins to arise, which gives you
that looks so cool.
an interesting perspective, as this would be ink mixed with bleed. Intentionally so.
Kara, the Pharos is on us. These recent missteps have cost us, and myself greatly. Your ignorance cannot be left a weakness. Give it 6 weeks, then find me at the Brine Wash 7. I will appeal for your forgiveness. Dorna.
So you were right. You were right, she's working with her?
She's working with her, but,
Do you think Dorna did this?
I think one way or another she was involved.
Oh no!
I'll put it back for you.
That's so cool.
6 weeks. Give us 6 weeks and find me.
At the Brine Wash
We
7?
gotta go to the Brine Wash 7.
Did she bring her instrument?
Ah, yes.
Forgiveness. We need to remember how to write Dorna's name.
We don't know when this letter was from.
Pharaohs. Who's the Pharaohs?
Would I?
I'm gonna.
You would know.
I would know the Pharos.
Indeed.
Right?
Fourth Pharos is the term and the title of the base of operations for Candela Obscura.
They know we're onto them.
It's about this time that the last bit of that oil lantern
Oh no.
flickers out.
Oh, it's dark in here.
And in that shadow, you hear.
Back, down.
Yeah, back away, out of the room.
You go to exit towards the room, and the door closes right as you're about to get to it. As you see this long, thin, stretched hand that now currently reaches down from above. And as you follow it up the outstretched arm, the thousands and thousands of strange, wispy, hair-like roots that all encompass this extended limb, like a massive shadow beard that just fills the entirety of its body. You follow it up to this massive, hunched creature that currently stands at an angle, defying gravity against the arched ceiling of this guest room. From beneath this long veil of scraggly black root, this dull orange glow just barely pushes from within, a singular source of light.
How at the door? How at the door?
It's closed.
The window.
Go to the window.
There's a window in the room.
There's a window in the room, but is it opposite her, or is it?
She's facing towards the window
facing the
currently.
window, and this thing.
This creature is just above it, just closed the door, and it's kind of standing and just...
In front of the door?
It's in front of the door that exit, like it slammed the door.
Oh, it's in front of the door, and we're between.
It's in the room above you, and it just slammed the door above
you. All right, backwards. Back to the window, back to the window.
I am going to...
It steps down from the ceiling, almost like it just descends. As it rises up, it stands 12, 13 feet tall, hunched against the ceiling itself, pushed and curved. And as you begin to step, it seems to almost quickly approach and loom over you. It seems as quick as you be in this small space, it, in a very pointed bit of interest, just follows and looms.
It's not doing anything? It's not doing anything?
Get to the window.
Get to the window, backwards.
I'm going to
use an ability. And I'm going to try to make eye contact with the creature, and I'm going to play the bait. So I'm going to, you know how to draw phenomena out of hiding or get them to reveal themselves. I just have to play the bait. I can roll with sense to bring nearby phenomena toward me.
Yes, go ahead and roll a sense test for me. As the creature's arms, like, kind of
give you a drive.
both kind of hang at the sides, almost scratching the ground.
Thank you.
With their length as it kind of inspects you all.
Likewise,
you
I'll give
look
you a drive.
towards that glow in its face, that weird orange light that seems to be buried beneath the cluster of hanging roots that just drip off of it like a weeping willow tree.
Yes, that is, I'm going to take the full success
Full
on that.
success. Okay.
Yeah, instead of the mixed success, because I don't want to risk this right now. So,
Immediately, it looks towards you and that glow brightens. You all watch as Arlo seems to have caught its attention, and as it brightens, that orange glow kind of just lights the room ever so faintly in the direction of its facing, centered on Arlo.
I'm going to pull my glove off and hold my hand out. Go!
I'm gonna try to open the window. Try to futz with the window, trying to get it open.
Okay. Window
Just break it.
lifts up. You feel like the colder night air begin to rush in.
Go! I'll start backing towards the window, too. You guys get out.
I want to be right behind her.
You begin to back towards the window. It kind of interposes. As you step, it steps. And as you step again, it steps. It's not focused on your friends, but it's focused entirely on you.
Both of you. Both of you get out the window. Augie, Howard, get out the window.
Leave you guys in here.
Go!
I'll go first.
I'm gonna start.
I'm down and out first, so
I'm
because
gonna-
I've tried to catch them when they come. We're second story, right?
Your second story.
I'm down and out first.
Okay.
I'm going to also just
Trying to.
not flank her, but move a little bit, since it's coming at her directly, move slightly over to the right and reach down and pull out my new and improved knife. It's a little bit longer than it was, and it has a set of strange markings on it.
Okay. As you're doing this, and you're attempting to then leap beyond this window, I'd like you to make a move test for me.
Howard's strong, but he ain't exactly nimble.
Oh, no.
Bad knees.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna. This is important. I'm gonna use my extra train die, and I'm gonna spend a drive. Spend my extra drive to have 2.
Okay.
That is a full success. It's a 6.
Full success.
6 and a 5.
The creature doesn't take notice of you as you quickly leap out the side. You catch the windowsill as you fall over the side, and just as you're hanging on, give yourself just enough of a buffer to drop and catch hard onto your feet. You tumble onto your back, but you don't break or injure anything other than a bit of a sprain that you may feel in the morning.
A little bit of brain leaks out. Oops.
I'm gonna hop out. You okay? You okay?
Everything's fine.
All right. You better come out this window.
I'm underneath to catch, or help down. Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and make a move test for me.
I have nothing.
Right, so that would be roll twice, take the lowest.
Or use a drive.
You know what? I'm going to use my train. My
Okay,
extra train die.
go for it.
I still take the lowest?
No, with the train you just roll 1 dice.
So I'm just rolling 1 dice.
Yeah, because normally it would roll twice and take the lowest. Now it's just roll a single dice. And
Don't
take-
worry, you're gonna roll 6.
I'm going to roll a 6. I'm going to roll a 2.
Catch me!
I got you.
About a foot off.
That's some Looney Tunes stuff right there.
Suppose my eyes did not adjust as well as I thought they would.
You were not even close to where I was jumping.
It's foggy in here. Oh.
You do mark a body from the impact. Now back to the two of you in the room. It's slowly approaching you and looming over you. You find yourself glancing up at it. Charlotte, you look over and can see that orange glow across Arlo's face getting brighter and brighter as it begins to close. Its long arms dragging on the ground. The arms slowly...
Are you the one that steals the features?
Arlo, out the
Are
window.
you the one that
Go,
takes faces?
Go.
I'm just going
And
to
as she
fall
backs- as
out
she-
of the window.
And as she does, I am going to say a series of words that no one has ever heard before, and my knife is going to glow with orange symbols on it, and my ghost blade is going to come out, and I am going to strike at the creature.
Okay, so you go ahead and mark a body from taking, initiating that ability. Simultaneously, I want you to go ahead and test for move to try and dodge from this creature that is focused entirely on you. This isn't even trying to land properly. This is trying to land properly and trying to keep this creature, which is on the verge of closing in on you.
Okay,
This is a high stakes roll.
I'm taking my
Can we
drive.
assist? Can we assist and try to make like a basket catch?
Sure.
Gotta get away from the baddie first, right?
No, we
falling
Gotta
out
get
the
away
window.
from the baddie before I fall out the window.
And you've got to start
But let's
So I'm
do it.
using
We'll
my
definitely do it.
train dice
And then-
on this too.
Sure.
So you'll get an extra drive.
Oh, I will.
Or an extra
Well, this is trying to dodge the creature
Oh,
and
Which
will
can't help
encompass
me
the
on-
landing.
Yes.
So.
Okay.
I can't help you. Never mind.
5.
5, it's a mixed success. Okay. So you pull back and leap out the side just as the creature's arm reaches out.
I grab a hold of Kara's body to like grab something and end up like throwing her over me as I go out the window.
So she ends up
Yeah.
out the window with you. As you go flinging overhead, the creature reaches and strikes out towards you, but catches nothing but air as you tumble backwards. While you tried to catch her, the arrival of two bodies being flung from the window here in the low light of the night. You're uncertain who you're supposed to catch, and you end up catching Kara's body. And you, while you escape the clutches of this creature, impact hard on the packed dirt of the farmstead, taking a body mark as you do. The wind is knocked out of you, and for a brief moment, you just make that sucking sound trying to catch it. Yes. Yes, just like that. You
Yes.
can roll to strike.
God help me, it's my worst skill. All right, I'm going to use some...
Can I help? Can I give her a drive?
You are outside
Okay,
and
okay.
downstairs. You can.
This is a high-stakes roll.
This is
So,
very much a
I'm
high-stakes
very
roll.
cool under pressure, and on any high-stakes roll, I may always spend cunning instead of the drive the roll would normally use.
Whoa, that's a
I
good
will
one.
use 2 cunning to give me two die,
You got it.
and I will use my train, and I will pray to the great gods that this works.
You got this. You got this.
5.
Got a 5. Okay, that's a mixed success. You do manage to strike into this creature, and as you swipe with your blade and push past the kind of heavy coat of tangled, dry, swamp-like vines that just wrap its long, sinewy body, you strike within and feel that burning, runic power just begin to singe on the inside, and the creature immediately gives this horrible sucking sound and reaches back and grabs your arm and pulls you from it. You can see now this kind of like cinder-like flame now currently burns deep within, like the embers deep on the inside of a mostly burned chunk of wood, and that gives that continuous like pain-sucking sound.
I'm out
But it-
the window.
But it has grabbed you,
Oh,
and as it does, you feel this kind of like sense of darkness begin to come over your eyes as one of its arms
Oh, no,
wraps
no,
around
no.
your face, encompasses your head,
no.
and you take a bleed. But it has now held you. Your vision is now dark, and you feel like you are being slowly smothered
But
by,
I still
by
have
the
my
forest floor.
knife, yes?
You do.
I just start prying, like trying to pry whatever is around my face.
Okay. You can make a strike or a control
do anything.
test on this. You all hear that horrible sound, like it is deep and vibrating the very wood of this entire house. You can.
Have we woken up yet? Have I like?
Oh yeah,
done?
you're starting to catch your breath here, but all of you are like looking to see where Charlotte's going to come.
Pointed up to the window.
Indeed, and all you see is shadow within the interior of this
Charlie!
window. Hear the sound.
I get up and start running back into the house.
All right, so you go darting back into the house. You are.
Can I be pulling towards, even if it's got a hold on me, can I be struggling towards the window?
You can struggle towards it,
but
but
I'm
this
just saying,
creature,
okay.
you weigh.
Whatever I weigh.
Whatever you weigh. This is a massive entity from beyond the flare. So you get the sense you probably don't have
Right.
the advantage of weight on this, but you do have that dagger still.
Yeah.
You may go ahead and you can roll strike or control, your choice, to try and see if you can maneuver the blade in a way to carve yourself free from its
Okay,
grasp.
I'm going to do control, and I am going to use I'm going to use 2 drive, which gives me 3 dice. 4.
4, okay. So you manage to cut yourself free, but in order to do so, because it's clasped around your face, your blade cuts up your own cheek and you feel the blood begin to run. But it's just enough to find where that inhuman knuckle that currently grasps the center of your head sits, and as you carve it free, the voice once again, it finds itself being pulled slightly free, and you yank from its grasp. You do mark a body from cutting yourself free, but you get to run and leap from the window.
Now we have enough. Okay. Right, okay. Right.
So now I would like you to make a move test.
Of course you would, and I'm going to spend my...
I will give you an extra die on this because you now have 2 friends below that are waiting for you and have
Okay.
been patiently expecting your drop.
Then I am also going to take a drive, which is 2. She says convincingly. Let me make sure that this is nothing. No, it's nothing I can do. I'm going to use a resistance.
Oh,
You can do this. You can do this.
Oh, come on!
5.
Yes.
5. Okay. You hit the ground. Both of you kind of catch her, and you don't mark your body. You catch it. Your foot kind of sprains a little bit, but you catch yourself, and you hear her impact from behind. Just as you enter the house and turn around, you see her drop just beyond that window.
Run, Charlie! I'll grab one of the lanterns that was next to the door inside the
Okay.
cabin and come running out.
Okay. You come darting out to gather the rest of you. You all catch her, and right as you look up, you can see the arms of this creature itself, this tiny window. It's like watching a full nightmare Jack Skellington, emerge from the outside of this window. Its limbs almost 10 feet long on their own, and you're uncertain if it's limited to just 2. It's just this massive kind of twisted beard of black roots and that one glowing source of orange light in its face that's flashing with intensity as it crawls out onto the roof, staring down at you.
run!
Kill the fire.
Is he coming after us or just staring?
What are you doing?
I want to search the back of the farm as quickly as running, of course, to see if they keep animals and if they might have a surrey or horses by any chance. Is specifically what I'm looking
Go
for.
ahead and make a survey test for me if you don't
Kara's
mind.
body's out here too, right?
Yeah, everything's out.
Yeah, we got two bodies, one in front, one in back, and I'm gonna see if they got horses and a surrey. I'll spend a drive for 3.
Okay.
Mad fail. Was 0 1 1 1 3.
Ooh.
Do you have a resist?
I
guess you
don't.
need it. Okay.
No, I don't have one.
You glance around off the side, looking around, and you know for orchards they often have some beasts of burden to help both with carrying or people that want to come through and tour the orchard and such. But it's too dark at this point, and you're too frazzled. And right as you're glancing over, cutting off your vision, the entity drops down like this small cluster. It almost seems to widen out onto the ground, like a batch of dried swampland that just spills out and then rises once more, its face turning back towards you.
Shoot it? Do you want me to shoot it or are we running?
I'm gonna take the lantern and throw it at its feet to try to catch it on fire.
Yes.
All right. For this, I will say you can roll a strike or control, depending on what you're going for.
Definitely use the control.
I will help.
How are you helping?
I'm helping by it's right there. Don't you see it? It's right there.
Thank you, amazing.
I had my gun trained on him, and I
Yep.
I'm helping out in case this. Fucking
5.
There we go.
5. Okay. As you pull back the lantern and throw it in the air, arcing forward, Howard, you begin to back away as the creature, from the inside of its like matted mass of a torso, its arm reaches out and grabs you in the face and begins to wrap around. You take immediately a bleed.
Immediate bleed.
That's right in the face.
As it begins to wrap around.
Maybe in helping shooting the lantern so it maybe tries to get
Yes,
a bit
you
bigger.
may. So as it grasps you, the lantern in the middle of the air, you take aim here, and just a little bit of the moonlight that hits you, like, you breathe out, fire, the heavy sound of the gunshot eliminates the silence that surrounds this chaos here in the center of the field, and you watch as the lantern suddenly bursts and the oil ignites as it spills onto this entity. The flames begin to whip around it, and immediately you hear it withdraws and pulls its hand away from Howard and immediately darts off and crawls away like behind the farm. This like fire beginning to catch on the outskirts of it. What are you doing?
We have to get away.
We gotta go.
Run.
Fire.
Are there any more lanterns that we can grab on our way out?
You can go back in the house and grab some if you want.
We should.
Yeah.
Gonna
We'll
go and grab all the fire
Okay.
candles, anything we can find.
Any fire sources?
Okay. You all rush in and go ahead, and there are 2 more oil lanterns in there. There's the 2 that you saw when you first walked in, and there's one that's over by the fireplace. That feels like it's a lot more empty, but there's some in there.
Just grab it all.
All right, you go ahead and grab that. That's 3 oil lanterns at your disposal. And you have 2 bodies, one that's unconscious and one that's not responding. What do you do?
Is it possible to try to drag them with us? That sounds
I'll run around the front. Vincent's a big boy.
It's a pretty. He's
a farm lad?
He's a solid 200.
Yeah. Howard's gonna do like a dead man's carry. Dip his arm in, put his arm over arm, and put this guy on his back.
Okay.
Out of guilt and necessity. And as I do, I'm mumbling to myself. Well, certainly I would think that that orchard of this size would have some sort of beast of burden. And I'll use well read from my previous role that says when I'm highly educated and retain knowledge better than most, when I use an intuition to make a roll, if I fail the roll, which I did miserably, I get my any intuition I used back. So I get my drive.
You get your drive back, yeah? That's great.
That's fantastic.
I grab Kara. Same.
Okay, Kara's on your back.
Slow.
And you all begin to trek in the direction where you came from.
How far was this from the train depot to the house?
It was about a 25-minute walk.
Okay.
Some mile and a half.
That's okay.
Yeah, not too
right.
far.
I'm gonna. I'm assuming we're on an orchard. There will be sticks.
Oh, yeah.
around.
Easy to grab.
Then I'm gonna grab a couple sticks and light them on fire. Try to make a a torch.
Okay, it's gonna be a little challenging to do on the go, but you are carrying 2 bodies, which is about the pace to be able to do it,
Yeah.
so I'll allow it, yeah.
Okay. So now we have like an extra light source. I'm gonna hold the torch out behind us as we're walking, just in case it is trying to follow.
Okay. You all continue forward, trudging through back the Scarlet Woods beyond the orchard. This darkened space, exhausted, some of you feeling the
Really
remnants
wish
of the
we had
bleed,
that
and now,
shotgun
now as you've kind of come into this moment, that remnants of the bleed begins to really seep in. I believe the 2 that really took it were you 2, correct?
Yeah.
I would like you both to explain how the bleed begins to affect you now that you've had a moment to think on the experience.
I immediately start seeing again that crack in the sky, and I can't tell what's happening now and what was happening then, but I'm seeing the same kind of. I'm just seeing reliving the house being sucked through, but this particular creature with its hair-like tendrils being the one grabbing the house and crumpling it in its hands.
Alrighty, Howard.
If you've known Howard, you would have always thought that he had a twitch in his left eye, but he doesn't until now. And just occasionally he's blinking something out. It's not pervasive, not all the time. It's blinking something out of his eye, and it's just this little phosphorescent blue glow that he just can't seem to get out of the field of his vision, and it's really irritating.
Got it.
But it's not there all the time, but it's annoying.
You have roughly, at the pace you're going, about 10 or so minutes before you exit the Scarlet Woods themselves. And now, with the entirety of the daylight gone, the once beautiful redwood is imposing and frightening. You can hear the sound of the crickets now amplified in the middle of this tension. Other creatures and birds of prey occasionally talking, speaking to each other, the hunters of the night, communicating. And while that's stressful enough, nothing prepares you for when they all go quiet.
Run!
Where's it coming from? In front of us or behind us?
Take another one of the
You are
lanterns.
uncertain the direction of where it comes from. It just seems to be emanating from the nearby trees.
Can we pick up our pace?
Yep.
Okay. Who's leading?
Who's got
I will.
good survey?
I will. I'm leading.
It ain't me.
I'm assuming.
I'm in the
We're
back.
slow.
All right, you're leading?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you trying to keep everyone running quickly, or are you trying to keep an eye out for any danger?
Trying to keep an eye out for any danger, and also making sure we're going in the right direction.
Okay, go ahead and make a survey test if you don't mind.
5.
5. Okay. Glancing around, you can see now, especially in this time of night, the path is less visible without the colors to really help you here. Beyond just the firelight, you have the various pops of vibrant reds and browns all just become a dull gray with an orange hue. And at times you fear, in the midst of this stressful journey, you almost lose the path a few times, but you make sure you get back onto it. You also can hear the breaking of sticks and branches to the left of where you stand. And at the corner of your eye, you see just the faintest bit of that orange glow, as suddenly something strikes out from the side of the wood, try to grasp you. You see it just in time to dodge out of the way, but you feel something claw at your shoulder and you almost tumble to the ground as you take a mark to your body.
Dude, you guys, that's 3.
That's
3 for you? 3 body?
Oh,
One more, and I'm down. Can I? As that happens, I grab one of the lanterns.
You
and
would have one in your hand because there's 3 lanterns.
and I just lash out at it with the as if to break the fire.
So are you?
Or I'll
once
just
you're
throw it- yeah.
Throwing it in that direction, like towards a tree.
Towards
the
whatever lashed
creature?
out at me, the creature.
Okay, so you're like, swing it back and throw it in their direction. I need you to make a control test for me.
Of course you do. High stakes, yes.
Oh yeah.
I will use my. Oh,
Only you
can
can
I
create
have-
forest fire.
Can I assist? Oh no, I don't have any fucking drive to give her.
Smokey the escaped bear.
Wait, let me give you a die. Let me give you a drive.
did you see this coming?
Let me give you a drive.
Did you see this coming?
I did. I saw it. I see it.
So you can keep that drive. He's
right there.
You didn't do see it coming. Alrighty.
6.
6. Great. You fling it, and it explodes, not on the creature, but on the tree right beside its side. Immediately, flames ignite along the tree, some of it getting on the creature, who withdraws, and for a brief moment, you get a better look of this entity, this massive, terrifying nightmare ent of a being. You can see what looks like 2, maybe 3 long legs. It's like a daddy long legs covered in just these clustered mass of hair-like roots that dangle for like multiple feet, and there's a large cluster that just kind of drips over its head and hangs like a knotted beard from a sourceless face with that orange glow. And for a split second, as it pulls back, you swear you see almost like eyes within the deep sets of its roots of its body before it pulls back into the woods. And for a moment you see it recoiling from the flames and trying to brush it off of its body as it vanishes into the shadows below, the cinders on its form beginning to dissipate for the moment.
How many arms does it have?
You've seen anywhere from 2 to 3.
Okay.
You haven't got a good look at it. It just seems to be this mass that shifts and changes at times.
Run!
How much further do we have to go?
You can see the edge of the forest, maybe about 300 feet in front of you.
300 feet?
Run.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Right. You go charging, running.
I'm
running.
He's running sideways because I'm trying to walk backwards as we're leaving.
Okay. That shot definitely gave you a bit of a breath, and for the time being, it is not bearing down on you. As you're approaching the edge of the forest, you hear that terrible, echoing, guttural sound once more. And glancing over your shoulder, you see that orange glow, shifting between the trees, like it's darting with an impossible speed, leaving like a trail as it shifts. It's getting closer and closer.
We have to stop it before it gets. I don't know if it's going to stop at the woods.
I've set Vincent down and I'm hiding. He's sitting upright like a Weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah.
And you guys don't see him. I'm hiding behind him, just frantically like doing shit.
I'm gonna try to play the bait again, just to draw it towards me.
Okay.
I'm trying to give Howard a second.
Give me a
So I'm
minute.
gonna-
Give me a moment.
Then I'm gonna try to play the bait again and step forward towards the creature.
Okay, roll with sense.
Okay. Okay.
I give you a drive.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna take a yes on the gilded. That's a mixed success on the gilded.
Mixed success on the gilded. Okay, you watch as it, and then focuses. And from the nearby cluster of trees, you see as it darts out and just goes lurching towards you. It goes from like a humanoid run into almost like a bestial leap.
Oh god. I'm gonna
in your
try
direction.
to run away from.
The sight of it emerging and coming at you at that speed does strike you with a sudden sense of nerve and anxiety. You do take a brain.
Oh god. Okay.
So she's running away?
She is like charging
I'm trying to give it space from you to give you time to do what you're gonna do.
As you're doing that, it runs towards you and kind of like lashes out towards you, and you just duck out of the way and
I
go
take
behind
my
some of the trees.
torch and I'm swinging it wide to try to keep it back from me.
With each flash of it, you get more view of its body, and the more you see, the less sense it makes.
I've got a torch in one
Done.
and a lantern in the other. So
Yep.
Done. And I pop up from Vincent. Ha! And I've got this little vial, almost like beaker, like a half a liter of this really strange orangish liquid. And I'm gonna run up to Arlo, and
Just so you know, right now, Arlo is in the middle of the lion's cage with the
Yep.
whip in the chair. This creature's this like orange glow brightening and then darkening.
fencing stands.
I'm gonna grab her backward fencing hand, and I'm gonna be like, "Good luck," and I'm gonna put the vial into her hand.
Oh, take my lantern and give me the vial?
Yep, and I'm
Okay.
gonna spin her around almost like a dance move, and thrust her back out to the creature. And I hope you know what to do with it. 'Cause
Should I be supposed to throw it
I
at
can't
it?
throw for shit.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna try to. Would this be a control if
This would
I
be a
throw?
control, this would
Okay,
be
then
a-
I'm going to, as I spin, I'm gonna try to throw it directly at the center of the creature.
Okay, using the momentum from the doctor, hitting it into your arm, and then as you both kind of do whip it out as you spit on the outside of it. Go ahead and make a finesse test for me.
Okay.
And hopefully my my flingage will add some extra oomph to her throw. I'll help you.
Oh, thank you.
What was that one on though?
That's on nerve. Yes, control.
There's an extra. All right.
Wisely.
No fucking way.
I failed.
Resist. Wait, do you have a resistance?
I don't have a resistance. I don't have
No way! What did you craft?
I used my special ability and I brought my
sorry, I
my lab equipment out and I made a highly flammable chemical concoction.
Man.
All right.
Yeah.
You fling it, and the creature now, very aware of the flames you carry and the spin, gets extremely low. It's so tall and so impressively encompassing of the space, and it seems to like shrink down and stretch out its body. And as you lob it, it goes overhead and then shatters in the ground, spraying over Augie. Now, it hasn't caught flame, but you are currently doused in a highly flammable chemical.
Do not put any fire near me whatsoever.
I'm
creature-
still holding her do-si-do hand.
Yep.
She has the
The
torch.
creature
she has the
stretched
lantern,
out,
right?
like suddenly rises up to this almost 15-foot height. The face burns with a bright, angry red orange. What do you do?
The best laid plans.
Scream.
I guess we run now. I've used some.
That was it.
All my
That was my
options.
Kamehameha.
I have an
and
idea.
and we shot it
Right.
into.
Well,
Since I'm doused,
I'm out of ideas.
I'm gonna take off my jacket
Yeah!
and
Give him a new coat, baby.
Get the torch. The torch.
I'm gonna try to
he's got a lantern. I've got a torch.
yeah. Try to concoct something, put the jacket around the lantern,
Oh, I
and
still
I'm
have
gonna
his lighter.
chuck it.
Oh, I thought you were gonna
Here you
put the
go,
lantern, the coat on the guy.
Now, here's the thing. Your coat is drenched. Other parts of you are also a little bit flammable, so you can do this. It is a very high stakes roll.
Why not?
Love it.
Let's fucking do it.
Drive it like you stole
So
it.
this is control.
This would be control.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna spend 2 drive.
Are you throwing it or like?
I know.
What are you gonna do?
Okay.
Light the, I
I need to
Are
know.
you lighting the
Right
coat?
now.
Are you lighting the coat, or are you throwing the coat at the creature?
I'm gonna try to throw the coat at the creature, cause I'm behind.
You are. It is currently still focused on you.
Wait. So if I'm doused, is Kara doused?
If you were carrying Kara, then yeah.
Do what you would do, Augie.
Oh, what would Augie do? Because what I would do. Augie's a good person. All right, I'm gonna take off the jacket. I'm gonna throw it near the creature, and then tell them to throw the lantern at the.
Yeah, I know.
We've just failed the
wait,
last
no,
one.
no.
Let's do it. Redemption arc?
No, I
Yeah,
guess
as
I'd
soon
be
as
shooting the
okay,
lantern.
I have the torch. So if you do it, then I would give the torch to Howard and tell him to strike.
can't
I think you've got a lantern and I've got a torch.
Yes, you can lunge for a strike, and I can throw with the lantern.
Sure.
Okay. So as you're preparing for this, and as soon as you hand the torch over, one of its limbs reaches out from the roots and grabs around your head, and you take a bleed.
I'm gonna let it in, baby.
Okay. So, explain how the bleed affects you, as you're currently getting your jacket ready.
It's like the hole on my hand is suddenly like I see that void that's in my hand in my mind, and it's like a blackness fills everything in my brain until almost like an eye opening. It's just like a flash of bright orange. Like his eye is directly in my mind.
As that's there, as you let the source of this magical corruption into your body, you feel yourself beyond the flare. You feel yourself in the realm lightless and ever growing, ever expanding, ever seeking self and presence. Creatures flying, crawling, digging, breaching. For a brief second, you see gray flesh in your mind. You pulled away, and all you hear is the screams of numerous voices, unfamiliar, all in unison. You glean this creature, this entity from beyond the flare. You get that its will is not entirely its own.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
You sure?
Do I sense that it is at all tethered to the portal that it came out of, or is it free to roam?
Yes.
All right.
Augie, you're gonna check this
Yeah.
jacket
So
towards
doing
it.
this.
It's a high stakes roll.
All right. So I'm spending 2 drives.
And this represents because your proximity as it's currently holding you.
Holded?
And you're right there, you just grab the torch. The creature is now focused on you, and it's about to turn its attention over in your direction. Its head kind of like looking over as you go to toss this. So roll finesse for me, Augie.
Let's go.
I am going.
All right. A 4.
Okay, yeah.
Sure.
That's better than
Four,
than
a
not
four.
before.
Sure.
Okay. As it turns towards you, its face brightens, the orange intensity, like the center, the heart of a forest fire, focused entirely on your eyes. The heat that seems to emanate from it as it just goes.
Oh man.
The
I don't know how he does that, but
the
I don't
fear crashes into your very essence, and you take a brain as you feel the shadow of the forest completely fill your periphery. All you see is this glow and the doom that sits before you. As you throw this, splattering on its back and sticking in with a bunch of its tangled roots, the oils of this concoction, while reduced, nevertheless, now mingling with its form. You pull away from this as you suddenly shake yourself from this intense stare, see Augie throw this, and the impact in the back of the creature. It has not even taken notice. You hold the torch in your hand.
Disconcerting. Still bound by the natural realm. And I'm gonna take and try to push my torch into the sticky goo.
Easy enough to do as part of your success there.
Oh, good.
Is this, because you're up close and it's currently grappled. You take the torch and you push it in between some of its kind of exposed remnants. And like, it looks like there is a body in there, but when you push the torch in, it's just like pushing through the hanging vines of a dangling tree. And as you come through the other side, flames engulf from the impact. And as the fire begins to crawl at the back of it, this bright orange, at times almost blue flame from your concoction, the creature immediately throws you to the ground and begins to screech as it tears off back into the middle of the scarlet wood.
Pick up Kara. Start running again.
Grab her hand and pull her up and get running.
Stunned, battered, but moving, you emerge from the scarlet woods. You can hear the distant sound echoing through the forest. And it isn't until you begin to see the low lantern light of the village that encompasses the train station do you begin to feel a sense of calm come over you. And that's where we're going to take a break.
Right, so, you know, only used up that much in our...
Destroyed. I did all of us just almost die at this. On that.
That could have happened, but team effort. Proud of our team. Proud of our team effort.
Yeah.
Strong collaboration.
Yeah.
Legitimately? Could have gone a lot worse.
One of us could be faceless.
Yeah, entirely.
I mean,
entirely. I did not need a facelift today. I was interested in it.
Another day.
All right.
Alrighty. We're back here in a few minutes.
Woo.
See you then.
Are you saving the world or are you hurting it?
We were told they were dangerous, otherworldly, horrors. Their faces look perfectly human.
We don't have to be defined by our past. It's the actions in the hardest times, what we choose to do. That's what defines us.
You know, the thing about people that leave us, can always see what we do. Remember that.
Time isn't running out for you. Not while I'm on watch.
Don't close your eyes this time. I want you to see everything.
I won't.
Hey friends, my name is Spencer Stark. I'm one of the designers of Candela Obscura, a brand new horror role-playing game that follows a centuries-old secret society on their quest to protect humanity from the terrors of the unknown, and set in a fictional world filled with turn-of-the-century technology. Candela Obscura is powered by the Illuminated Worlds system, a game engine we've created to facilitate fast, easy-to-pick-up cinematic-style play. I'm not going to cover all the rules here, so make sure you go download the Quick Start Guide if you want more details, but by the end of this video, you should have enough to follow along with the show. To play, you'll only need 6-sided dice, or D6s. The game uses a dice pool system, which means you'll be rolling a number of these dice and usually taking the highest result. A 6 represents a full success, a 4 or 5 is a mixed success, you get what you want, but it comes at a cost, and a 3 or below is a miss. In order to know how many dice are in your dice pool, we'll need to talk a little bit about character creation. Each player will choose both a role and a specialty inside of that role. Think of these kind of like a class and a subclass. The 5 roles are Face, Muscle, Scholar, Slink, and Weird. Each role contains 2 specialties. The Face has Journalist and Magician, the Muscle has Soldier and Explorer, the Scholar has Professor and Doctor, the Slink has Criminal and Detective, and the Weird has Medium and Occultist. When you choose a specialty, you'll then take its custom character sheet. At the top, you'll find space for your character's name, pronouns, and style, as well as your circle, catalyst, and question. Under circle, you'll write the name of the Candela Obscura group your character is a part of. The catalyst is the moment in your character's life that led them to search out the secret society, and the question is what your character is seeking answers to now that they're within the society. These are jumping off points to help you build out your character's backstory. On the left side of the character sheet, you'll find actions, drives, and resistances. These are the core of the Illuminated Worlds system. Each action has a rating between 0 and 3 that determines how many dice you roll when performing that action. Those actions each fall underneath one of 3 drives: nerve, cunning, and intuition. Nerve includes physical maneuvers like move, strike, and control. Cunning pertains to your interactions with people like sway, read, and hide. And intuition is your mental and metaphysical aptitude like survey, focus, and sense. Whenever you make a roll, you may also spend points from the drive that action falls under to add additional dice to your roll. For example, if you're trying to convince someone to let you into a place you don't belong, the GM may ask you for a sway roll. You would take a number of dice equal to the action rating you have in sway, which in this case would be 1, and then you could also spend any of your cunning to add additional dice. I have 6 available. I'm going to spend 2 to get a total of 3 dice in my pool. Drive points are a liquid currency, so once they're spent, they must be refreshed before they can be used again. Under normal circumstances, there is only one way to refresh drives during an assignment, and this is done through gilded actions, represented by a diamond on the left side of that action. Anytime you make a roll using that action, you'll replace one of the standard dice with a gilded die instead. If you choose to take the gilded die's result, you refresh 1 point in the drive that encompasses that action. For example, my sway is gilded, so if I took the gilded result on the roll, I would refresh 1 cunning. Sometimes this might mean you choose to take a lower dice result in an effort to earn back your drive. If you have 0 points in an action, you can still roll that action. You can either spend drive points to roll that many dice, or if you don't want to spend drive, you roll 2 dice and you take the lower result. Lastly, we have resistances. You'll have a number of these at the start of an assignment and can spend them to reroll dice when you want to push back on the consequences of a bad roll. Okay, moving to the center of your character sheet, you'll find your character's abilities. These vary from role to role and specialty to specialty, but you'll choose 1 ability from the top section and 1 from the bottom during character creation. For example, if you choose to play the journalist, you might take an ability that gives you more context in the city, or lets you tell when people are lying, or gains you insider access to important people or places. Below that, you'll find your illumination keys. These represent how you earn experience within the game by offering playable goals to work towards during each assignment. On the right side of your character sheet are marks and scars. Marks are how you take damage. There are 3 types of marks: body, brain, and bleed. Body represents physical injury, brain represents mental stress and fatigue, and bleed represents damage taken from dangerous magic. Each of these categories has 3 available slots, and if you're ever inflicted with a mark but cannot take it because the slots are already full, you'll drop incapacitated in the scene, clear the marks to 0 in that section, and take a scar. You'll come up with what your scar is, then shift a point from one of your actions to another. This reflects how your character has changed because of the scar that they've taken. If you should ever need to take a scar and all 3 scar slots are already full, your character is permanently incapacitated or dead. Below that is a section for relationships. This is to write down the names of the other characters you're playing with and the kinds of connections you share with them. You'll also answer prompts based on those relationships that help you flesh out the details. Finally, let's talk about gear. On each sheet, there's a list of gear that is unique to that specialty. You don't need to choose your gear ahead of time. In Candela Obscura, you select your gear only when you need it. You may mark up to 3 gear slots during the assignment, declaring you brought that item with you, and in this way, your character is prepared for any situation they encounter during their investigation. There is plenty more to learn about the Illuminated World system, as well as the world of the Fairlands, so go grab the Quick Start Guide and follow along as we embark upon the strange adventures of Candela Obscura.
And welcome back. So, that's the circle of the Vassal and the Vale. You crawl back into the village in the outskirts of the train station, carrying an unconscious orchard owner and his faceless
This is not good.
niece. So, what would you like to do?
We obviously have to. I don't know that we can bring her with us.
I think we should bring her back to Candela.
Well, how are we going to hide her?
I'll set Vincent down, and I'll take off my cloak, which is like a modified doctoral's cloak, and it's got a little hood on it. And I'll bring her to me. And I'll try to put her, and I'll just try to see if I can drape that hood over her face as much as I can.
Are we going to weekend at Bernie's her?
Maybe.
We straight up are. We got to.
Yeah, 5 tickets, please. We already bought. You already bought.
I brought 4.
And what
Business
about
class.
Vincent?
We'll make her red.
Yes,
What do we do about Vincent? Do we leave him?
maybe you tell the conductor that Vincent needs to go to
medical attention.
Yes.
They need medical attention.
Yes.
We went to visit, and he was he was out on the porch, and we saw him and wanted to carry him to safety. Maybe anyone, Beulah?
Sure.
Sure. It's as plausible as anything else.
Should I like still hold her like this, or should I
No,
try
we're
to
going
do
to
like?
have to make her. She's going to have to look like if she's in a
She's
cloak.
very sick. We need to take her to a hospital.
Okay, I'll hold her like this.
Perhaps it would be just best if we. And I'm just gonna set Vincent in like in one of the benches at the train station and go.
He'll figure it out.
Don't you think he will come to and name us as the people who...
We should be quite far away by then.
Yes, but things come back to haunt you, Howard. You can't just attack everyone and expect that your family will never hear of it.
It's worked all right for me so far.
Oh, well.
I'll do whatever you'd like, though.
I mean, we didn't tell them our names, right?
We're pretty obvious. I mean, I feel like our descriptions would be rather incriminating. But we
Should
can't...
we try to explain to him what happened?
No. I suppose we could try to convince him that something else happened if we woke him up.
Again, I defer to you when it comes to matters of people.
I'm spent.
I am an officer of the periphery. We could just say this is. Don't ask questions. This is a police matter.
I support that.
Okay. I'm gonna tilt his head back and just start smacking him in the face. Hello? Hello?
Are you all right, Vincent? Are you all right?
What are you doing?
Are you all right?
You slipped on an apple and hit your head on the steps.
We came downstairs and you were out like a light. We brought you here to the train station.
Yeah, one of you two make a make a fucking
I will
sway roll.
I will look pleadingly at Charlie.
While I do this, I'm like, just how many fingers am I holding up? Doing the whole thing. And it's gilded. I have two.
Sure, I'll give you one of my cunning drives.
Okay, good. I need to save mine. Actually, need to get another one back really badly. Come on, baby. Okay. It is a 6, but a 5 on the gilded. So I think I'm going to take the 5 on the gilded because I don't know that I...
Okay, so you take
I
a
need
drive
the
back,
drive
but that is a
back.
mixed success.
Yes.
Okay, he goes. All right. I took a fall. I'm so confused.
So were we when we found you. Are you quite all right? Can you... how many of me are there? There's just one. Right? How many fingers?
I just see one in your fingers.
Is there a hospital in town, or do you need to come back with us?
There's a local doctor.
You may very well be concussed.
I think you should stay overnight. Don't go home. Not until it's light.
Okay. What about your friend? He points to the wrapped Kara.
Kara.
What is that?
Oh, it's your niece. She wasn't... help.
What happened to Kara? What'd you do to Kara?
We didn't do anything to Kara.
She hadn't been feeling well. We ran upstairs. I told you we were concerned about her
Kara,
safety.
and he kind of gets a bit, like, reaches over and grabs and starts, like
And I'm going to try to sway again. I'm going to try to sway again.
Please.
What are you trying to say?
Please let her be. We told you.
Show him
your
back the cloth.
Show him
and
your
sees
Oh
God dang it! Make successes. He believes you, but he definitely sees what happened to his niece. And he goes, What in all the hell?
I don't know.
Kara, what?
Vincent, listen to me. We don't know what did it. We are trying to take her back to people who know more about this than we do.
We're gonna figure it out.
Vincent, don't go home.
Don't.
It could happen to you too.
Please go to the doctor.
Stay in town for the evening at the very least.
And most importantly, tell no one of this. I don't know who you can trust.
We'll be sending someone to help you.
We will.
It might not look like it, but we truly are the people to get her the best care that she can have.
We'll tell our emissary, whoever we send.
Just go. Just get out of here. And he sits up and is like, Just go.
We'll tell our emissary to tell you that they enjoy the victory, boys, and that's how you'll know that it's from us, yes?
Hand off and kind of waves you off and stumbles away. He seems very confused, conflicted, and shocked. He's processing what he just saw.
Can't imagine.
But for the time being, he's not breathing down your neck or calling for attention.
Let's go.
Okay. I'll go up to the ticket agent and buy one more ticket, but all of them in business class, so that we get a little less attention.
Understood. Not a problem. I'll go ahead and get those for you right now. So is that 2 more tickets or all?
Just one more ticket, but
All right.
upgrade them all to business.
All right, that'll be done. Here you are, miss.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
You go ahead and gather up. It's a short wait until the evening's final train comes. Here, the night air. Once more it takes off, kicking onto the tracks southward. And as you ride out across the darkened hillsides, the beauty of this Helen region seems differently beautiful, but also oddly ominous, looking across the shattered expanse that surrounds you beyond the windows of this train car. A few other folks wander through. You can see a couple of less than savory figures that kind of quickly jaunt through the business class section, kind of just taking stock of some of the folks within. You kind of make sure that Kara's face is not visible as they do, but they don't pay mind, and you seem to be a strength in numbers type troop, and they carry on to the next car. A short kind of quiet ride back, until eventually you can see the glittering lights of the still bustling city of New Fair before you. Eventually returning to the steam, stopping here within the city's train depot, disembarking, and as the steam gathers and it takes off once more into the distance, you carry your limp companion as you return to the cityscape.
Let's go to the bookstore.
Exactly. We need to get word to
Alexandra. We really should tell Alexandra.
It should be Alexandra, but I don't know that she's available. Edmund, we need to get word to Edmund, and we need to get you in some new clothing.
Sorry. No, my new jacket.
Oh, I think it was worth it.
Your new jacket saved our lives.
Yeah. And whatever concoction you made.
Yes.
You're gonna have to teach me that.
Oh, a new student. I'd be delighted.
Walking and talking.
Gilded rainbow.
And while we walk, I just want to keep an eye out for any unsavories, anyone who might be trailing us, might have an eye on us, anything like that.
Okay. Go ahead and make a survey test for me as you go.
The car is still that great, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's a 6.
It's a 6, okay. I will say this success represents both you keeping an eye out as well as carrying Kara in a way that you do not draw any attention to her limp physicality. More just somebody you're helping who may have had a little too much tonight. But as you drag her through the streets, it is a bit of a trek from the steam all the way to the varnish, until eventually you come upon the exterior of the Gilded Rainbow, kind of quickly hustle through the door, close it behind you, and closed. And Reggie emerges from the back room. Oh, you've all returned.
We need to get a message to Edmund immediately.
Certainly, I can take care of that. What do you need? And he grabs a quick
Alexandra, if available, honestly. This is much more than an...
Both of them. Let's get it to both of them.
All right, I'll go ahead and send a telegram. I'll summon them here as soon as possible.
Propped Kara up in a chair in the corner, still hooded.
Can I pull out my my text?
Friend?
Oh.
Don't worry about it. I assume it's need to know only, and I'm sure I'll know soon.
Better off without it.
Puts his coat on.
Let them know that the Red Hand has released some form of creature.
Can I have said on the train ride I would have consulted my text and seen if I could my book on creatures we've encountered, see if there's anything like it.
Yeah, I will say make a focus test for me to represent how deep into your collected lore you can delve during the journey.
6.
Yay,
6.
smarty.
Fantastic. Great.
Smarty.
So as Reggie is out, you begin to recall, you didn't quite hit it on the trek, but you felt like you were getting closer, and it's here as everyone's kind of figuring out the space, setting Kara down, setting Reggie out to go ahead and make this telegram. You find the part in the book that speaks of the Snatchers.
Oh, come on now.
These are colloquially referred to as the Snatchers. There is no term translated through Old Farron or any existing terminology from eras before, but there are references to them in old script and folklore from the city now lost below. Believed to have maybe once been people who either in death or transition beyond the flare have changed, or something beyond the flare has crafted them in its own likeness. These are still up for debate. But there are different kinds that steal different things. For some, it's their ambitions, their passions. Some even the face. And that's what catches your attention. And the only other phrase you pick up is, they are vibrant and excitable collectors.
Does it say anything about darkness, lightness with them? Are they relegated to night?
You pick up that they are creatures that lurk in shadow, and often hail from a realm where light is shunned.
So I'll include this information. The Red Hand has released some form of creature we believe to be similar to those spoken of as the Snatchers. We have brought one of their victims back with us, and we'd like for Candela to retrieve her.
She needs help.
And
very well. We'll go and send it post haste. I'll lock it behind myself.
Thank you.
Heads off into the night and closes the door, locks it up, and heads off. As you wait and prepare, unless there's anything you wish to do in the interim.
Since I had to cut my hand again to do my ghost blade, but I cut the hand that I can't feel anyway, I look down and it's been bleeding a bit, so I'm going to wrap it in something that I see there, just so that to stanch the bleeding.
You got it.
Staunch the bleeding.
Cool. It's not long before Reggie returns. It's been sent, usually within the hour. We have somebody sent, if not sooner.
All right, we should head to the brine marsh. See what else we can find.
Is there anything else that we should bring with us? After that experience, I'm a little bit jarred by not having what we needed.
Maybe we can all get lighters or something that can create fire.
I have a knife.
How many of those potions can you make, Howard?
That's a very good question. I believe with enough time, I could make some more, depending on... I don't know the rules. I can't roleplay my way out of this shit. No, there is no limit. I just need time.
Yes.
So
the concoction you had earlier, I will say, given your predilection towards knowing the dangers that you often face at the behest of Candela, was mostly prepared and just needed a catalyst to bring it to the point of extreme flammability and stickiness. To craft from scratch will take some more time. This is a few hours of work in the laboratory.
Hours? Oh, poop.
Also-
To make the... Yeah.
Just a quick retcon. I would have mentioned Dorna in the letter to Candela because we have...
Not a worry.
her name.
Are you waiting for a Candela representative to arrive?
Should we also give the letter?
Oh, we can give that to...
Oh, when they come, they come.
Yeah.
To answer your question, I might be able to whip something up slightly different, but I don't believe I could do the same in a pinch. Unless we took some time, which I don't believe we had, I could make something, but it would be different. That said, we don't know if we'll encounter the same creature, and we don't know if we encounter another, if it will have the same weaknesses. Just a thought.
Yeah, that's true.
That is true.
Right, so I still have my weapon, and I have my blade containment vial. It's... I'd like to leave this letter with Reggie. Say don't touch it, but when the representative comes, please give it to them. Tell them to use their detector to read it.
All right.
There is something that bothers me a bit. You know, recently in all of our adventures, or whatever you'd like to call them, we haven't quite saved anyone yet, have we? And this young lady who was relatively kind enough, her faceless feature bothers me and fills me with an emotion I can only describe as anger. And if there's an opportunity to help her in some way, I would be just delighted. I'm a collector of sorts myself, and if this snatcher is collecting the faces of people, perhaps they still exist somewhere, and if possible, whatever we do, I would like to try to return it to this young lady. If we can't, that's okay, but if we can, it would be a personal request. That's all.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna go to the front of the shop, look for a T.C. Vellum book, The Variety Boys.
That was it, Variety Boys. Variety Boys.
I'm gonna grab a couple,
Okay.
walk over to Kara. I know this is what her uncle was reading, but maybe it'll feel like something familiar. I'll put them in her lap and try to take her hands and, like, place them on the book so she can feel it.
Okay. You have to kind of overlap enough to get them to stay, as they are rather limp, but you do manage to facilitate a presentation.
Well done, Morgie.
I don't know, maybe she'll feel something.
Right, so... I do remember one thing that is consistent with the last time that we came together, which is someone named Lycan.
Yes.
It sounded like when Dorna had been talking about someone, or it was in her papers, someone she was working for or with named Lycan. Do you remember this? Lycus. Not Lycan, Lycus. Like a ficus, but Lycus. Or like a lycanthropic ficus.
Oh, that's right.
Perhaps it's a combination of the two and it's an evil plant.
It sounded like her boss.
Yes.
Yes.
Is Reggie's here?
No, Reggie is left to...
Reggie's left already okay.
To deliver your message.
Where did you say the place was that was mentioned?
Brine Wash 7?
Brine Wash 7. Do you know...
Do we know of the Brine Wash 7?
You, it's less about knowing what Brine Wash 7 is. You do know... You know what? I will have you go ahead... Will somebody go ahead and roll a focus to see if you can recall any information of what this may represent, to analyze...
Only one of us? I only have one.
I have
You
a couple focus.
Yeah. I only have one. I think it's all you.
I'll try.
How are you doing? No.
Brine Wash 7. What do I remember about that? I wonder if that's somewhere Eddie ever went.
Perhaps.
A 5.
A 5. Makes 6 sense. Okay. You recall the number you're not sure of, but in Hallow Harbor, which is the port center of the city, there is a heavy warehouse district there, and the brine wash is kind of the term you've heard used for this, or at least parts of this warehouse district. It's about as much as you can muster.
Perhaps 7 is an address or of some kind.
Maybe. I don't remember exactly what the letter said. Meet us at the brine wash.
It said, the fourth pharaohs have found us, or on us. You've cost us and myself greatly. Your ignorance cannot be left a weakness. Give it 6 weeks, then find me at brine wash 7. I will appeal for your forgiveness. So there are others.
6 weeks?
Yeah.
Does she mean like to what is that? Like to cool off?
All I can
secret message in there.
All I can conjecture from this is that it was a ruse to get Kara to be...
Wait. The Pharaoh's 4.
That's us. The pharaohs are on us.
Oh, okay.
The fourth pharaohs is It's connected to Candela.
Got it.
My guess is that she sent her there ostensibly to plead for her forgiveness when she returned, but whatever they released was going to be sent there to dispose of her as well.
Logical. I believe we're the pharaohs.
We are.
You know what? I think we're the pharaohs.
Very good.
I think we are. I think that's us.
Four.
Should we go?
Yes.
Or should we wait?
I think we should go. What time is it?
At this time of night, it's just past midnight.
Oh, boy. Midnight at the docks?
We should go before
Sounds like a great time.
before the Red Hand find out that we discovered Kara.
That is true.
Although they might already know if they have some connection to the Snatcher. It was tethered somehow. It had a connection to the portal it came through. I wonder if they can open multiple portals.
Is there any chance that we could go? Is there any chance we could go to Candela, to like our Candela headquarters, and there is a place there that we're allowed to go to for information, right? Like a library or something like that.
What you're speaking of is the Fourth Pharaohs.
It is the Fourth Pharaohs. Oh.
Which is, you've visited it twice. It's challenging to get to because it doesn't exist in this realm.
It's between the flare, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's nowhere we can really go to get more information.
Does anyone have any coin on them?
Yes.
Oh, not for right now, but if we're heading toward the docks after midnight, it could come in handy.
Of course. How is your illicit gun? Do you have enough ammunition for that? You only fired it twice.
Yeah, so I probably got like
29 more rounds left. 29, 30 rounds more left, I'm sure.
I got some.
I know the gunnage.
Is it like a revolver?
I believe everyone carrying some form of weaponry would not be such a bad idea.
Oh, I don't have any weapons.
Well, your mind seems to be our weapon.
No time like the present.
Right, all right, let's go.
Reggie, do you have any other weapons here? Is Reggie gone?
No, he's returned. He's returned.
Yeah.
You see, he's like.
Where's Reggie?
He's making some late night coffee, and you can see his hand kind of shaking a little bit, looking over uncomfortably at Kara in the corner. And goes, well, what sort of weaponry are you requiring? I'm not really an armory by any means, but I have a few things for self-defense.
Do you have a gun?
I do have a handgun for emergencies. Do you require it? Very well. He goes and steps off to his personal quarters.
So good.
Our occultist is strapped. Good,
Yes,
good.
Yes, I mean, she's got control.
Comes back holding what is essentially a revolver with a handful of rounds and goes, now, how familiar are you with firearms?
I can drive a car. I can shoot a gun.
Very well. Well, here you are. Please be careful with it. It was a gift. This.
I think I hold it with this hand, right?
Yes. Don't cock the.
You know what? I think I have 3 items already.
You got a blank space.
You got a blank space?
Yeah, but I have.
Give one of us some. What do you need to get rid of?
A bleed detector. Somebody else can use my bleed detector.
I'll take it.
All right.
Well, can't you pick 3 and then write in 1 as a 4th?
Well, you pick 3. You can only carry 3 with you at any given point in time. So you could drop 1 and then write in the 4th.
And I just consulted my text. I guess I could leave my book here. But I don't think that works because I used it once in the game, right?
Like, I can't just, like, leave the textbook once I've already used it.
I mean...
Well,
What do you think?
I always enjoy reading. And I do have some ability in that area.
All right.
Can I take something from her so she can have the space?
I'll allow it, sure.
All right.
All right, I've got research materials now.
Okay.
Ooh, fun.
And you have...
And I have a gun. What?
Oh, occult text.
Cultist got a gun.
Right. All right, then,
Can you see it?
It is very visible.
Do you have a cloak of some kind or anything, darling?
Yes, I will put my coat back on.
She's just pointing the gun at me.
Waving it around.
Reggie, are there any bullets in here already?
No.
Oh, good. Can I have some?
I've given you some,
Yes,
but I've not put them in there, and I would recommend not putting them in
oh.
until you are ready to use them.
Yes.
Small satchel that I handed you. Yes, just for the sake of everyone's safety, wait until you really must. Wondrous, thank you.
Reggie, have you ever heard of someone named Lycus?
I don't believe I have. Sorry.
If you would mention that name to when the Candela representative that comes to pick up our friend.
I will. Don't you worry.
All right, Brainwash 7 or bust.
All right. So you trek out into the foggy night. There's a soft wind blowing off from the western coast. You can take in the fast-moving marine layer that is thickly encompassed the majority of the city, about halfway to the docks and to them. It is just awash in this thick, thick fog.
I'm keeping an eye out this whole time for shady characters.
As you begin to approach Hallow Harbor itself, you can hear, even at midnight, there is more bustle than you expected. There are dock workers that are currently loading or unloading. There are sailors and wharf hands that are finishing up their work. There are many hours of the night in which sometimes shipments come late, sometimes intentionally so. So there is business, though it isn't extremely busy, but not quiet either. It is definitely the export hub of New Fair, and you'd know from walking by in the past, beyond just like the ships that come in and out, there is definitely some sect of the remainder of the New Fair Navy that also sits on the outskirts of the harbor, just in case. But the smell of low tide definitely grasps the atmosphere in this foggy harbor side air. What would you like to do now here in Hallow Harbor?
Would I know which area is the brine wash?
You've heard of it. You're not quite sure where it would be.
Given my import-export situation, would there be, say, an associate of mine or anyone that I would be connected with on the docks? Like Deegan or any of the other...
I'd say Deegan could be somebody that likely could, we'll say for the time being, be found in the docks half the time that they're running business as one of your go-tos. So you would know where Deegan stays in here, yeah?
I might have an associate that we can speak to here to get more instructions, directions.
Yeah, by all means.
Might as well try. I'm going to survey to see if I can figure out where Deegan would be.
You wouldn't need to, because you know where Deegan posts himself here in the harbor when he's doing work, if he's home. He has a few places here in the city, depending on what business he's doing and where he needs to lay low.
Gotcha.
So you go to what you know to be one of his various safe houses here within the city, the one that's specifically within Hallow Harbor. As you approach it, it's a small little domicile, a simple looking what may have been a storefront that has since been closed and boarded up. It doesn't look like it's abandoned, but it certainly looks like it doesn't currently hold a business. But there it is.
I rap on the door 3 times. Pause. 1, 2, 3. It sounds like SOS, doesn't it? But it's not, because it's only got 2 in the middle. That's the secret.
Yeah.
And I pull Augie closer to me, so the 2 of us are in the lead.
You hear. Door opens faintly.
Hello?
Hello, my friend.
Charlie, my dear, come inside, come inside.
Opens the door just slightly, and you see a tall gentleman, about 6'2", but if not for a massive hunch at the top of his shoulders that kind of gives him this kind of stooping stance a little bit, but like a long brown coat, a bit muddied on the bottom. He has kind of receding hair and like a bit of a red-brown widow's peak, and the hair kind of curls a bit past the shoulders. He has a bit of a scruffy beard that probably looks like it was well kept about a week ago and is kind of let to be a little wild since gaunt. Kind of a Fagin-type energy to this figure. Indeed, fingerless gloves as he kind of opens the door. Oh, I see you brought friends, did you?
I did. Brought some more welcome associates for our business.
Leans in a bit and gives you a quick look in the eye. Okay. I don't see the glimmer of funny business, so come on in. Oh, hello, friends. Sorry we haven't met. I'm Deegan. What's your business here this late in the evening? Closes the door behind you as you enter.
We are looking to find another group of associates in the Brinewash 7.
Brinewash 7. I'll bet you that's probably referring to one of the warehouses. There's 12 of them, specifically under the Brinewash district. So likely the 7th one.
Yeah.
What you doing there anyway? It's just storage. Just curious. Professional curiosity.
Of course, professional curiosity.
Yeah,
And you will
yeah.
understand professional discretion.
Of course, of course. I've just, liable to go ahead and give you such important information here in the middle of the evening and shown trust to you and your compatriots. Just, it's always good to know what I'm dealing with and see if there's any opportunities in the future to make it a profitable bit of information for myself.
I get extremely dead serious and I say, Deacon,
Yeah?
I would warn you to be safe. Keep your men from there. Keep yourself from there. I care too much about you to have you messed up in this business. In fact, I'm here to ask you a favor. If you do not hear from me or one of my associates by this morning, I want you to run to the, send word to the Sight Unseen. Tell Stinson about our conversation. He will know what to do.
His kind of borderline slimy charm that he carries as you enter drops, and you see him look a bit intense. Kind of peeks through the curtains a bit. Of course, Charlotte. Now, I'll get that taken care of for you. What have you gotten yourself mixed up in?
Nothing I'm not prepared to handle, one way or the other. But I'm not prepared to have you there. You understand?
I'll trust your instincts, always have.
Would you happen to have any, munitions on you? We could use a little bit of, insurance.
Well, I mean, I've got a small stash here. Is that what you're looking for?
We would just need to.
Okay. If anyone needs what you need, axes, guns.
Oh, axes. Oh, sure, certainly.
Yeah, you want to take that?
Yes, please.
Don't normally see that from someone so finely tailored,
Oh, well, I don't make assumptions about you based on your appearance.
I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you.
It's a nice, hefty axe. And you, looking at it, the rust and the stains across the hammered metal give you the sense that this has probably seen a skull or two.
The belt loop where I have.
Where do you put it, right? I mean, where do you put it?
Where do you put it? The blackjack that I have on my hip on a little loop. Yeah.
You did take your cloak back, right? The one that you
Yeah,
wear.
yeah, I took it
Okay,
off.
so-
Yeah, so I'll just I now have an axe on my hip, hidden underneath my cloak, and I'll leave my blackjack where it is.
Just out of curiosity, a hand weapon would be strike, but a handgun would be control.
Correct.
Right? Then I'll take the usual if you have it, and obviously I'm asking for a.
I know your preferences, love.
I know you do.
And he goes back and
She blushes just a little bit.
brings a small wooden box and kind of opens it and kind of puts it across the table towards you. And what is your preferred handgun?
I don't know guns. It's a magic gun that's bad with ghosts. It's a.
It's a handgun.
Beautiful. It's a handgun.
No, it's
definitely.
It fits in my hand.
It's a gun. Yeah.
Polished gunmetal, like a kind of the equivalent of like a World War One, like a Luger type, gun, and as well as some ammunition. If you already have 3 items, you'll have to drop one to take it.
No, I don't.
Then you can go ahead and take your third as your hand weapon.
As my hand weapon. I look him straight in the eyes as I lift up my skirt, and I have a thigh holster that I load it, and then I put it in the thigh holster. Put it down. Thank you, my dear.
Next time, just let me know if you need help.
Stay safe. Morning, remember.
Can you, if you have Jimmy and Donnie on any runs, can you take them off for tonight?
Kind of gives you a nod. Yeah. I think I got a few whisperers coming by here in a minute. I'll get the word out.
All right.
Hey, Charlie. Takes your hand, kisses it. Whatever you're doing, you stay safe, okay?
Always.
You keep it safe. I'm gonna fucking gut you.
Scary.
It's aggressive.
I bleed them out.
Mm-hmm.
It's a funny story. Deegan gave me these.
Are you married to Deegan?
Not to propose. To deter any rivals that he might have in the game. He's a sweet man, as scary as he is.
It's a good man to have in your corner.
As are you.
You know it.
Right, we are sufficiently strapped, literally and figuratively.
Everyone has guns but me.
Well, oh, no, I thought you... Oh, yes, well, you're...
It's okay, I don't prefer them.
No, you seem to be good with your hands.
I don't either.
Oh, you have one, though.
That's true.
What are you going to do with it should that need arise?
Shoot from it.
Perfect.
I would like to head to the brainwash, so we know where it is now.
All right.
Do we have any fire?
You still have your lighter.
You have mine, lighter, I believe. You have it, I think.
So
you can make fuego.
You have 2 left? No,
there's just one lighter.
That's fine.
Yeah,
We can
we'll be fine.
We'll be fine.
set things on fire.
It's fine. We'll be fine. You did change, right? Did we change your clothing? Did we stop?
we
You
changed.
changed.
Yes.
We
Don't want to light him on fire.
No,
Right.
we went to Aug's house.
Yeah, you cleaned up. All right, so with this information and with a bit of direction from Deegan, you head over to the Brainwash Warehouse District. Glancing around, it isn't heavily watched, so there are a few company sentries that just kind of keep an eye to make sure no one's breaking and entering, if you will. Or at least there normally are. Looks like one particular section is pretty light in the watching. And as you kind of begin to find the pattern of their numbered appearance, it doesn't take long for you to make out which one is marked as 7.
I suspect if we were to go in there, as it were, guns a-blazing, we would find more formidable foes than we care to find. I don't know if we might be able to sneak in.
We could look. We could try.
Does it look like there's anyone on guard at this particular warehouse?
I'm gonna make a survey test if you'd like to go ahead and keep an eye on it.
If anybody, if somebody else wants to look.
Sure, you can go.
We should
My
look.
job. This is my
We
job.
should look for guards.
Yes. And also looking for windows or anything that can shoot.
Yeah.
Mixed success, and it's a gilded die, so I will take back a job.
Okay. You do see that there is not a window, but there is a front door that is quite intimidating in its heftiness. There is an elevated, almost like a not quite a fire escape, but like an upper iron platform that looks like it has a secondary door on a second level for carrying things up onto the roof or off of it. That's about 12 feet off the ground, kind of halfway in the alley. So those are 2 things you see that could be possible entrances. You also do see one individual that is patrolling from the roof.
dear.
All right.
Oh my.
Well, we might have been spotted already.
What if we
Does it
just
seem
knock on
like
a
he
door?
spotted us already?
Not at the moment, no. You're
Okay,
far enough
then-
away. You're just kind of like patrolling.
Okay, got
It is also, thankfully, pretty foggy.
Yeah, that's right. I suppose we try to stay in
Let's
the
head
shadows.
to the alley. To the side.
Let's.
Okay. Who's leading
Looking in
the stealthy
shadows.
charge?
You're stealthy, McStealtherson.
I'm pretty sneaky stealthy.
Okay, go ahead and make a hide test for me as you kind of guide the rest of your troop as to the best route to get there unseen.
Extra gilded. Can I get one of these guys? Okay, I got 3. Oops.
There you
got
go.
stuck in my glove.
You got a gilded 4.
I got a
Get one
gilded
back.
4.
Okay, so you get a drive back.
Okay.
You have one used. And another mixed success. You quietly approach the warehouse, waiting for this one kind of sentry that's sort of just keeping an eye out. As you get close, you can see they're smoking a cigarette, the occasional little like spark of orange that hits the end of their finger. It looks like they have some sort of a rifle slung over their shoulder, and they're just kind of keeping an eye out and looking around. They do not notice. Which entrance are you going towards?
I want to go on the side, yeah?
What do we want to do? So it would have to be alley and up. And into the second entrance.
Okay, so you head to the alley. It is about 10, 12 feet up. How do you intend to get up there?
One of us could climb on Augie's or Howard's shoulders.
Does it seem? Is there a ladder, like a fire escape ladder, like a retractable ladder?
Yeah, like that.
There is a retractable ladder, but
That
it
would
is
make
up there.
Okay, so one of us would have to get up and then pull it.
Is there a discernible like lever from up top, like that you could see? Like if you were up there, could you release it?
You could, yeah, but only when you're up there. It looks like there is a metal hook that it's currently latched up there.
I'm gonna try and I'm gonna use my special that I pulled.
Okay.
Which is bending spoons. So I can roll with a sense control, an object with your mind. You can flip a switch, a small object or something. Oh no. Does this matter? I guess it's proximity. It says in the room, but we're outside.
Well, in the room is
We're in proximity?
within a room-like proximity. So yeah, this would be within
move a
proximity.
small object, knock something over, put out a light, etc.
Yeah. Do you roll for it?
I do. With sense, which
Go
I have.
ahead and roll sense for me.
I'm going to give you a drive.
Great.
An intuition.
I'll take one. All right, I've got 3. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. That is a 6.
Yes. Oh, that's great. That's
You go ahead and look up and concentrate as like the marine layer is rapidly passing by. Like it's one of those things where the fog is running through the streets, and that kind of gives that odd, rapid passage of time sense, even when especially when you're still. And as you concentrate and focus, and you've been trying to make something happen here for a little bit, and since you've figuratively and literally opened your mind a bit, this has been a unique endeavor to test the limits of the physical world that you've grasped for so long. And as you focus, the rest of you kind of figuring out what the heck is happening, you hear the iron. The ladder comes down. You managed, with a success, you just catch it and try and like stop the sound from being too loud. But it is a rusty ladder that you catch it and kind of like hits the ground. The ladder's there. You also hear a voice go, "Hey, what?"
Hide, everyone.
just in case he looks over the side.
I'll hide. Yeah.
Hide.
All right. Well, keep it on the hide roll there as you just kind of like dart off to the side. The figure looks over the edge, jumps down onto like the little platform. Just kind of glances around. Goes and grabs the ladder and starts beginning to pull it up.
Come on.
Was a mixed success.
No, that was a
full
success.
That was a full success.
Yeah, you succeeded. But this is a retort from an earlier mixed success. Are you going to do anything?
No, I want.
Hold on.
I want to shoot him, but I can't.
I'm gonna. Oh, can I reach down and see if there's like a rock or something?
Oh yeah, there's simple stones and loose cobble bits.
I'm gonna try to take it and just like chuck it the other way, so to try to distract him and see if he hears
Sure.
something.
Go Go ahead and make a control test for me if you don't mind.
You got it, baby. Oh, I want to give you all of it. I don't have it. Oh,
I got a 6.
A 6. You lob it over. Crack, 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 like multiple loud clacks as it hits different bits of stone and ground of the horse. What the shit? Like drops the ladder again. Goes and like climbs over and starts lowering down the ladder.
He's coming down? Are we still hidden?
Perfect. We're hiding.
You guys are like up on the edge. He's like lowering the ladder and is about to come into visual range of where you're all standing underneath it.
You pop up, come on, my love. That was your time.
All right, I get pushed out.
Now's your time to shine.
We'll wait till...
What? Hey!
Hello?
No, get him before he yells!
I'm gonna reach out and grab him, and I'm gonna pull him into me and put him in a little rear naked, standing rear naked choke.
Okay, go ahead and give me a strike test for me.
Okay. Hey.
I saw this coming.
Oh, you
I mean, you
totally did. How do you help?
Totally did.
What do I get?
I distracted him.
Yes,
I distracted him.
Right.
He's looking the other way because he was looking at the rock.
So do I get an extra?
Yeah?
Yeah, you do.
Oh, goody. That is a 6.
That is indeed. So you grab him, like, you pull him into the ladder, like, poof, once, pull him around, get him in the chokehold, starts reaching for the rifle on the side.
No, I'm gonna grab the rifle and pull it away from him.
No.
Just goes limp in your grasp.
Oh, no, sleepy time.
I have a rifle.
There we go.
Okay.
All right.
I actually do know how to shoot a rifle. My father used to take me hunting.
Oh, perfect. Even better.
So up we go.
All right, you climb up the ladder, up onto the upper platform, and there is that doorway there that leads into an upper portion of the warehouse.
This is really big, though.
Looks well on you.
Yeah. Is it just like an open door, or is it?
No, it's a closed door.
Okay, can you check it? See if
I'm gonna wait till we see. Are there any windows from where we're at?
No, the storage warehouse doesn't have windows.
I'm gonna. Is the door locked or unlocked?
The door is locked.
Pull out my.
Yeah.
While he's
Okay.
while he's doing that, I'm gonna listen at the door just to see if I can
You got
hear.
it. So make a control or hide, your choice.
I'll do hide because I get an extra. Gilded. 5.
So 5, okay. So
Yeah, I got a gilded.
it opens, and very quietly you push the door open. You step inside the dark chamber, and there is just a few oil lanterns set in the base floor. You realize you are up kind of on a second floor that overlooks the bottom floor below. Like there's storage space along the walls here above, and you can see there's all manner of boxes and baskets and containers, a lot of blankets and sheets thrown over them. This is definitely a storage warehouse.
I'm gonna hide the rifle under, like, in the boxes and under a sheet so that if he wakes up and tries to get it, he's not gonna know where it is.
Okay. You step inside here. The first thing you notice is that the warehouse itself is, fairly full. The second thing you notice is it's not empty, as there are 3 figures currently down below, kind of in the center of the room.
And when I was listening, I didn't hear, like, we still have the jump on them. They can't.
They have not noticed you yet,
Okay.
but the complication of having people within the interior, 2 of which you can see plainly armed. One of them has a jacket off. They're dressed in, like, business-esque attire, 2 of the bigger figures, but their jackets are off, and you can see they have, like, holsters slung to the side over their vests. The third figure you see in a long brown dress, clutching a cane in one hand, dark hair, and currently in the process of drinking a glass of wine, is Dorna,
Nobody sees us.
that you know.
I mean, as we're watching them, I'm just gonna take off my jacket and roll up my sleeves. Blend in as best I can.
Okay, wait. Are you going in? You
want me to sneak a little further?
I think we both should go.
All right. Yeah.
Can we try to sneak in and intermingle among the vagaries of the storage?
You may on the upper level here.
Hide in the storage.
Yeah.
So best you can tell, it kind of like wraps around this kind of upper area with the kind of central opening is about 20 by 20 feet or so, and then as the kind of upper area turns into stairs that lead down to the main floor below. But if you're helming this or you're helming this, someone should roll a hide roll to represent both of you slinking about.
Pretty sneaky as well. Yeah.
So what are we
Spending. I mean, I
doing?
feel like it's
We're
staying.
just,
If they're
staying
continuing
put?
to sneak,
They're
I'm
telling
gonna
us where to hide.
Yeah. Yes, I would be following them where to hide.
Yeah.
Okay.
Since we're doing this together, let me give you one.
Okay.
Yep.
Three.
Do you have a resistance?
I do.
Yes.
Okay, so re-roll 2.
2.
Okay.
And one is gilded.
One is gilded, so.
Oh boy.
No, I rolled a 2 and a 1.
Okay. Well, the good news is you get your drives back. We both get a drive back.
Was it trauma
Because
bonding?
of trauma bonding.
Yeah.
The bad news is, as you both begin to slink, Augie, you are reaching out on the railing and kind of glance over to look right as the railing snaps and gives, and you fall off the top area onto a box, roll into another box. Your back hurts a little bit. You didn't fully take any damage or no body on this point, but immediately you hear, and all of you notice that now Dorna has put aside the wine glass and is staring at you on your back as the two other individuals have pulled the guns.
Well, it may not be a graceful entrance, Dorna, but you really should watch your security. And I walk over to the edge as I'm rolling up my sleeves.
Well, isn't this very interesting? Well, I guess I should thank you for saving my life.
You do seem well.
I guess seeing should be believing. And she pulls the skirt of the dress up a little bit, and where her legs are crossed, you can see right about where the knee is, they swell and twist into these almost slug-like extremities.
Yikes.
That just kind of dangle and knot. As they're exposed at the bottom, you watch they go kind of just shift a little bit before she throws the skirt back over. I guess it's living.
I'm sorry we couldn't get there faster.
She grabs the drink and kind of drinks a bit more wine, and hair kind of getting in her face. Well, looks at the two individuals now. One of them is now holding the gun on you still, and the other one now has one pointed up to you.
And I'll put my hands up. Are there any stairs down or anything like that?
Correct, yeah. If you walk around on both sides, there's one closer to where you are that descends to the first floor, and if you go around the other way, there's a second set of stairs.
Was I still able to sneak, or did that screw the pooch?
Are we all revealed?
I will say you are both not revealed at the moment, but they definitely are, and the room is on a heightened alert.
Yes. So I have my hands up, and I'm just going to walk towards the stairs with my eyes on her.
So what are you doing here? It's only important you tell me before we shoot you.
No, of course.
Whoa!
Okay.
Well, let's not, go to such extremes.
You know, we came to you looking for an artifact in the first place. Back at the gallery.
Indeed. There are many who come to me looking for an artifact. Not all of them are affiliated with your organization.
Dorna, if our organization already knew about who you were, do you think I would walk in here and speak directly to you? Do you think I would come in here if I were honestly associated with them?
Are you trying to deceive?
I am so trying to
make
deceive.
a sway.
I shall do so.
I'm gonna give you a drive.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm trying to convince her that I'm double agenting, basically.
Why would I? Look at me. Why would I be in
Whatever the fuck you're talking about.
Talking.
Shut your mouth.
All right. Mom's the...
Haha, it is a 6.
6.
Nice.
I know you are an entrepreneur, as are we, in a growing industry, providing for those who are bored and curious. I guess we have that in common.
We certainly do. In my business, unfortunately, the product is not quite as interesting as dangerous.
More interesting things are. Well, what do you want then? If you're not with Candela, what is your business here?
When I came to speak to you, I was looking for something special. It may sound trite, but something to give a dear friend of mine who, shall I say, I've been trying to impress. Both with business and with pleasure. I'm sure you understand. I was looking for some form of jewelry, something, which is when we discovered what needed to be destroyed to get you out of that awful mess. There must be something else, not quite as combustible, that I might be able to provide to him. I am stalling like a motherfucker. Can someone
you're waiting for us to save
me? Who's drowning? I'm drowning.
You get the sense that she doesn't necessarily believe you, but she's certainly held at an impasse of curiosity.
I do get that sense. I do get the sense she doesn't believe me.
You get the sense that she's not suddenly relaxed.
She's not. Yeah.
Like, oh, well, never mind.
So I can
she's
go
still
one way or the
guarded.
other.
Here's the deal. I mean, not to be selfish, but I have goals and hopes and dreams too. What do you need someone to also work for you? You know, bring in some. I'm really good
At
picking
sneaking,
stuff up.
apparently. And she points up
Listen,
to the broken
but
railing.
But Donna,
I'm usually better.
the young man speaks some truth. After all, when I first pulled him off the streets, I did tell him, if you're going to work for someone, while you're on these streets, make sure it's someone who knows how to get you off them.
And she's taught me well.
Her eyes narrow a bit.
You need someone to move shit? I can move shit.
Consider it a trade, perhaps for...
Can you move people?
I'm intrigued.
It's been done.
Tell me.
Away?
Move them away or keep them away?
Move them away.
Like, forever?
Yes. Transporting is no problem. I obviously have connections at the docks. That's not a surprise to anyone.
As do I, which is why we've had problems with the import guilds to begin with.
I'm just clocking in my head, obviously not saying this out loud, but the situation with the chamberwoman?
Yeah.
Chamberwoman.
In the meantime, what are you two doing?
Watching. She's a really good talker.
Hyperventilating.
Can we? He's mixing something.
I'm uncertain of our intentions.
I'm looking for anything around Dorna. Something that can connect her.
So close to being out there.
Evidence that this is a red
Exactly what I
hand.
intended.
Evidence that this is a red hand. Evidence that they're doing something strange. Something. Is she doing a ritual of some sort? What is she just doing sitting in here? Is there evidence of any kind of weird play at hand?
If you would roll focus for me to try to analyze the situation.
Okay. I'll also I'm gonna spend a drive. I don't know why, but I'm gonna do it. No?
You sure? Shall I help
Is
you
that a
instead?
di-
Would you like me to help you instead?
I've got one left.
Love that.
Right.
Double fives.
Nice.
All right, mixed success.
Double.
Glancing through here, you get the sense, Looking around, many of the things that are covered here are art pieces, statues. Many of the things that a gallery might store or move based on business. But you also see on the table below and some of the spaces around them many old things. You see notes and almost like scrawlings and almost like a faint, like a hand-drawn map or an odd sketch. You also see books. These aren't directly before her necessarily, but they are part of the surroundings. You get the sense that she is hiding here.
Wow.
Howard.
Yes.
All that stuff on the table behind her.
Yes.
We should take it.
All of it?
Well, at least that little mappy thing there.
What is it? And I would like to try to look at the table and see if there's anything immediately that looks valuable or useful.
I mean, at this distance, unfortunately, I will
Nothing?
say it's a little tough with the low light and you being up here in the middle of mixing things. But if you were to get it down there,
are we still hidden?
Take a look.
We're
to be hidden at the
we're
moment.
hidden. I wonder if there's something we can do to distract. Maybe. Maybe you can send one of your.
I'm getting great information too.
Maybe you can send one of your exploding potions or something far to the end of the warehouse, and that way, the guards will run that direction, and
You'll
Dorna
explode
will-
the warehouse?
Well, and Dorna will be left alone, and you can run down and get the stuff.
I'd be delighted. Yeah. I've had a lot of time up there in the little hidey hole. I'm gonna do my chemical concoction, and while I don't have time to make something as complicated as fantasy napalm, I do know how to mix combustibles.
Yes.
So I've got a little vial of something
All
combustible.
you got to do is click the cap in to mix the catalyst, shake it up, and throw, and it will detonate to a small scale, loud, if momentarily, damaging the vicinity of it.
Would you be so kind? My arm isn't what it used to be.
Where am I throwing it?
Well, away.
How far away are they from us in this current?
From where you guys are on kind of the opposite side now,
Uh-huh.
of the upper area, to try and be away from the eye line of the armed thugs and Dorna. She's about 25 feet across from that opening, and he's about 30 feet on the floor below. There is an entryway that goes to the large warehouse door that was closed in the opposite way that's about 40 feet across the way. That's kind of opposite from where you all are.
Yeah, I want to send it to where all of the guards that are pointing on Augie will turn the opposite or turn their backs to them.
Okay. So you got to throw towards the front door, which kind of gets them looking adjacent away, or you can throw it below over on the floor, which means they'll turn that direction, but it'll be in the direction where you are, just below.
Can I throw it back into a corner?
You can certainly try.
I like the trying.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and roll a control for me.
Come on, baby. Come on. You got this. You got this. You got this.
Okay.
I can't help you.
Yes, 6.
Yay! Oh.
Look, I appreciate your appearance of candor here. And I think there may be some honesty to what you are saying. But everything about this circumstance to me is extremely fishy. And as much as I try and believe you, I haven't gotten this far in my life by opening myself. This massive cracking sound of an explosion. It's not flame, it's just like a flashbang in the corner of that room, just detonates. Bits of wood and dirt and broken crate just go flying from behind. Dorna's hair is blown in front of her face for a second. She ducks down to the ground, her skirt blown to the side, and her weird tendril legs now writhing on the ground as she almost snakes away from the sound.
Ugh.
The two thugs Vernon puts the gun down for a second, holds his ear. The other one ducks and turns around to put his gun in that direction and sees nothing. What are you all doing?
Can I have sort of dive in the direction to protect Dorna, just to keep the ruse going?
You are still you came down the stairs?
Mm-hmm. Too far from her.
I would say she wouldn't have let you get that close.
Got it. Okay. All right.
I was gonna try to give that a go too.
If you
to
want
try to protect her.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and, because you are technically closer to her as you kind of descended, you can go ahead and make a sway roll. Or no, sorry, this would be, this would be commit, so make a sway.
Okay. I'm gonna use drive.
Do you want me to give you one more? You good?
I think I'm okay. Okay. Works.
Yes.
6. As you dive to protect her, she's kind of like, what is going on? What is here?
I don't know. I got you.
Stop them. Stop them.
Get us out of here. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
I have my gun out.
Show us where to go.
The thugs are kind of looking around and kicking stuff over. One of them kind of looks up in your direction.
I would say I would have thrown it, and then we would have like and try to like move away from in the like explosion and the noise and all that shit.
Make a hide test for me.
You got it. Come on, baby. Come on. You can do it. Spend a nerve. Do a thing to save yourself.
This is her guiding you both.
still have your train?
So.
Nope, I used it already.
Does it have to be her? Can it be?
If you want to guide it instead, since the two of you are kind of a pair.
Yeah.
Follow me.
I keep hitting you, Howard.
I'm a man of action.
6.
Yes!
You both dart around, and as they're both distracted, one of them kind of gets over and like kicks over some of the crates right now and is looking around. There's nothing here. And you both kind of crawl around the side as she kind of like gets up, grabs her cane, and you can see she's having a hard time standing. And she gets the cane and goes, it's not safe here.
We have to get out of here. Where can we go?
You see she's kind of like in a weirdly like kind of caught in the moment of like, what the fuck is happening between the two of you?
I do have my gun out.
You said you can hide someone out of the city, right? Move people. You have to get me out. I think Lycus has gone mad.
Lycus? Tell us more. Somewhere else.
Who's Lycus?
Just get out of the way.
Yeah, let's go.
I feel like we're like dragging her in some direction.
Right.
Away.
She
Away.
goes over and goes, open the door. And one of the guys, they're coming with us? Like,
Yeah.
whatever. We're desperate at this point. And one of the guards goes over and like keeps one gun and like pulls out his keys and starts going over to unlock the front door. She's like, he's become obsessed with old fair. He was once a boon to our organization, but his ambition has become extremely alarming. I feel like he holds mysteries over the flare, over our enterprise, and the others will not be abiding his fantasies much longer. I've seen him do some things that even I'm frightened of. And she kind of like stops for a second. We'll need to grab this and grabs up like the map and like gets a few things off the table while you two are like hiding around the side.
Okay, you need me to hold any of those?
I've got it, thank you.
Okay.
And the other guy starts like finishes locking the two locks on the door and starts like going to go and start lifting it. And like he's getting the other guy's help. Come on over. And they both start lifting the door. She's sitting there kind of staring forward as you hear.
I am pulling out my gun and surveying to see where it's coming from.
As you are both kind of sneaking on the side, you watch as you see these like patches of growth and fungus that are kind of added that musty smell to the inside. And you watch as these black roots seem to emerge from them and begin to swirl and form up into a familiar, clustered, hairy-looking entity as it kind of just rises up above Dorna and your friends. You hear the familiar.
Dorna, if there's anything in this room that can hurt this thing, now isn't the time. We need to know.
She turns around to look back. No! As it grabs her by the head. And
I'm gonna try to grab the maps.
The other, she grabbed the maps. I'm gonna grab her body. I'm gonna grab her body. She grabs them. I'm gonna grab her body.
You grab the maps, no issue. You go ahead and grab by the body as the hand encompasses it, and you watch as the fingers seem to wrap. The hair seems to almost like swirl around and creating this beehive-like cocoon around the head as it pulls her back. The guards go, what the fuck? They drop the door and pull out their guns. See the flashing throughout the interior of the chamber. It just kind of stands there, just nothing affecting it.
Fire! If there's fire, we need fire.
Where's the fire?
Touches it, and Dorna's like struggling as you're kind of holding her there.
I pull my ritual blade out, and I stab at anything that I can find.
Go ahead and make a strike roll for me.
Oh God, help us.
You're both above on the secondary floor. The only things that are flammable obviously are the 2 lanterns that are on the ground floor if you want to try and rush out of hiding to get to them.
6.
6.
Oh God, this
You go ahead and...
Is it
I love
walking
this
close
die.
to the lantern? Where is it in regards to the lantern?
It's in a dark corner, kind of off to the side, not too far from where you threw the object. So the lanterns are about maybe 15, 20 feet from where it is, and they're on the bottom floor, like up on the table and on the side there. So you like start carving at the hand, and the creature's like reacting to the pain as it's like clutching, and you start carving the hand free. And as they kind of cut free, you can see as she emerges from its grasp, the skin smooth lack of facial expressions upon her as her body limply falls to the ground.
Yeah, I'm good. We're out of here. Running with
the
Augie.
lanterns are down here? Okay, is there one near that I can try to take and just chuck at it?
Sure, if you want to.
Okay, yeah.
And I will shoot at it as you do.
Great.
Okay. 2 guards just... Fuck, he's not doing anything!
Fire! Fire! Get fire!
I'm firing! I'm firing! He's reloading the gun.
No fire!
Open the doors!
One of them like puts his gun in the holster and goes to start opening the door to the facility, while the other one is now like looking confused, trying to reload his gun. You said you're going for the lantern?
Question real quick. Is
Yeah.
there, does this building have electricity?
This building, you're uncertain. You can try and glance for some semblance of it.
If you do that, I'll glance for it.
I'm gonna pop out of the
I'll survey it.
shadows
I'll survey
while
it.
they're doing this.
Yeah. Okay.
Just sort of emerge, and I'm gonna go to the table where all of the ancient-looking stuff is.
Okay.
And realizing that our firearms are useless, and see if I can look for anything.
I'm looking for electricity. I'm looking for electricity.
Okay, so make a survey roll for me. You go ahead and rush the
Oh,
table.
I got it. 6.
Okay.
And looking about, like, the paper was grabbed. There are
Which
some
Augie
books,
got.
looks like old tomes that are just kind of laid out on the table that were left behind. You go ahead and start grabbing those?
Books, yeah.
Picking up? Okay, cool. So you go ahead and start pulling that up as the creature is now kind of lurching towards, like as it kind of grows in size, it looks like it's still forming as it kind of continues to expand out in the shadow. The roots and vines that are tethering it to those like mold packages in the side.
Do I see the portal anywhere? Like an opening? There's no like...
You rolled a 6.
I rolled a 6 to find electricity.
You glance around, and from the muzzle flares of the firing, you can see there are wire setups within, and you can now see dangling in the center. There is some sort of a dangling light, electrical light. You kind of follow the line and glance over to the side of the warehouse, and there is a switch.
I'm running. Where is the like? Do I have to run through it to get to the switch, or can I just run to it?
You would have to make a run roll to dodge to get to it.
Fuck
do it.
me.
I'm gonna do it.
Try to-
Someone.
I'm gonna try to throw the
Can you
lantern.
say
this
light
way.
and I'll try to run?
So
Yeah. The switch! I'm just gonna scream out to whoever can, and point in that direction to whoever might be closest to it.
Okay. So now with Dorna on the ground, the creature focused in this direction, you shout, "Switch!"
And I've got the knife.
Right as its hand
Right.
grabs you by the
Okay.
head and shoulder and begins to grasp you there.
No!
Okay.
You
I chuck the lantern.
go ahead and roll strike or
Save my face,
control,
Augie, save my
running
face!
and you're running across the
Yeah,
room
to try to
grab
crit
the
the
switch.
switch.
Drive.
Yeah, the one guard is lifting up the door. The other one is now like
I can't help
looking at
because
the
I have
chaos
to
here,
face,
sees
no,
Dorna and goes,
fine.
"Holy shit!" and just goes over to help with the door as well and starts lifting it with his friend.
Can I roll for the switch?
3. Fuck.
3.
While this is happening, can I be trying to pry it off with my knife as well? Like since it happened last time?
You can.
Okay.
You go ahead and throw the lantern, and it misses and crashes into the back of the room. You, however, feel the cold sense of the creature's bleed seep into you. The vines almost seem to be pulling into your nose and mouth, and you feel kind of like you're being sucked deep into some abyss, like you're drowning underwater. Explain to me how you feel the bleed.
Once again, I'm right back there being sucked and pulled towards the crack with the house. The house has already crumpled and gone through, and I just am starting to go closer and closer and closer to it.
You try and resist, but you feel almost like the nearby trees and roots are now reaching out and wrapping around you and pulling you towards it as well. Your vision is now marred in this dark space by being grasped by this entity. You're running over to grab the light. Go ahead and make a run test to see if you can get there.
I have 1 die.
Go ahead and roll.
And no drives and no resistance.
Can someone help him? Anyone?
Can I give you a... Wait, I have no more drives left in
No,
my...
it's just a...
I would help. 5!
Yeah,
Yay!
you had it. I knew you had it.
That's my girl. You put on sensible shoes after all.
I mean...
You rush over, grab the switch. Blue sparks fire from it. Multiple lights suddenly come on in the middle of the warehouse, lighting the floor. As you do, you can see that across the far away, a bunch of the currently wrapped and covered bits of the collection are now catching fire from the thrown lantern that missed. So the warehouse is now catching fire. The creature immediately releases you.
I grab
shrieks
her
back.
as fast as I can.
You go ahead and pull her, and you watch as the roots seem to almost like disentangle and retract back into those patches of just kind of mildew and mold that were settled into the sides of the warehouse structure, shrieking from the light. As it does, you also hear, as the front door closes, the 2 guards having pushed through and fled.
Right.
What a bunch of...
That's fine. Can we still get out? Can we still get out? Yeah, can we still get out up top?
Howard's got a book in his hand and he goes, "It might be a verse to light."
Should we try to make
so
it out?
the whole thing is burning, right? That's good.
The warehouse is catching fire.
I'm gonna grab another the other lantern,
Yep.
and anything that looks like it could just go up in flames, I'm gonna chuck the lantern at it.
The warehouse is now brightly ablaze. and
Grabbing
will
all the
begin to
relics from that
burn.
table.
Anything
though,
we
is
can,
what-
Yes.
and running out the way we came.
That's a lot of art. That's a lot of money.
Okay.
Running
Got
out
it.
the way we came.
You dart up to the top of the window. You shimmy down the ladder, and there you see there's the unconscious fellow with the pile of trash over him that's now resting aside the building with smoke, black smoke now starting to pour out and be picked up by the fog.
I'm gonna grab his
The living
ankles and try to
rain
start
layer.
dragging him away from the building a little bit so that he doesn't
Okay.
catch
You
fire.
pull him away from that point. And as you kind of gather your things and dart off down the alleyways, using the fog to your advantage to stay hidden, uncertain or uncaring as to where these goons have run off to, or where this creature has withdrawn, you begin to hear the shouts of people noticing the growing fire, and you begin to see the distant glow within the fog of the warehouse that now is a mid-evening blaze. But you have a few recovered materials, and the assertion that whatever list Dorna, or whatever list Kara was on, Dorna also seemed to be upon. What would you like to do?
I think the closest safe haven, if we have to get, do we have to get somewhere quickly? The closest safe haven would be Deegan. We'd be least likely to be seen with so much stuff. Unless we feel like, can I make a quick survey and just see if anyone is noticing us? Like, are people just focusing on that warehouse as we're running?
Sure. Go ahead and make a survey test.
Can we pull up the map? I want to be like looking at the map as we're walking and
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
It's pretty. It's hand drawn, and it looks like it's been drawn over multiple times, almost like whoever drew this, there were multiple treks, and with each time they added more detail. It looks like it is some sort of a subterranean cavern crawl. Where you see it begins, it mentions the Van Helter junkyard.
Which is in what? Do I know where the Van Helder junkyard is?
You do. You know that the Van Helter junkyard is. Let me pull up the specific location here.
South Suffolk.
I still have a face.
You still have a face? I was like,
It is within the steam.
this is
Okay. Oh.
this is
Too close. Too close.
Oh boy.
Well, we could be in this area.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So a little bit of a trek there, and you do know of this region of this city. You've never visited, of course. A woman of your esteem would have no reason to do so. But it is a massive junkyard where all manner of scrap and old train and trolley cars and derelict military vehicles from the recent war are all left to crumble, be pulled for scrap, refurbished, and in many cases sold by the person who runs this.
Oh, you meant it's the steel, not the steam?
The steel.
The steel.
Sorry, no,
Got it,
the steam. The steam is the one.
Wait, the steam is where the train
trains
is?
are.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so it's in the steam. Okay. Great. Okay.
It says the Mustang car. And there is a drawing of like a train car. A little sketch.
I rolled a mixed success on my survey. To see if
Survey.
anyone's-
Indeed, nobody's necessarily noticing you at the moment, but you do begin to hear the horns of the local fire department sending their wagons down. Shouts are happening, and chaos is definitely erupting in this space. Yeah.
Can
We
we,
should
hit some
run
side
through.
streets? Yeah. we
Let's
should get
take
some
side streets through the Varnish.
be
We
cool,
can
be
stop
cool.
into the Gilded Rainbow and regroup, and then head over to the steam from there.
I think Augie should lead,
Okay,
since we're
follow me.
sneaky.
Okay.
Bob and weave. Show 'em on.
At this hour, with this much marine layer, it's not terribly hard to go through unnoticed. And you aren't necessarily a conspicuous-looking lot unless you're trying to draw attention in a space in which people are looking for it. You're well-dressed and out and about, though some of these districts might be a little odd given your clothing. So no need to roll a high roll here. You head back to the steam and eventually emerge here in this junkyard, hidden away from the...
Did we stop?
It's. I mean, we don't.
Oh, did you want to
need
stop by...
just to see if Alexandra or Edmund had like stopped through and come to check on us. It might be like timing up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll say you do come by, and Reggie is there to greet you and goes, yes, Edmund returned earlier and took Kara and is going to continue fleshing out the report of what you sent on that way. You weren't here at the time, so they headed out, but they might return if I can call them back if need be.
No. I need to send a message to someone in the Hallow Harbor. I know they're not a member of Candela, but it's very important.
All right.
I need to get a message to a man named Deegan. Here's his location.
Okay, write it down.
Tell him I'm safe, period. We're safe, period. You stay safe too. That's all. And,
All right. Is this Deegan fellow gonna, like, pull a gun on me?
not with this message, he might hug you.
Hopefully as fun. All right, I'll get it to him.
Thank you. Let Alexandra know that we're heading into... This is a map of Old Fair. If I'm right, we're going down.
We're going to need more than guns. Also, let him know who it's from. It doesn't have to be that secret. Let him know it's from me.
The night is young.
Let's go.
Thump. More books.
Yes.
Okay. Reggie can take some, put some behind the counter. Good luck. Did you say you're going to Old Fair? Oh, boy. Good luck.
Mightn't have anything that would help us, would you?
I'm a bookstore owner and I gave you my gun.
I keep hoping he's going to be like, Q.
I know.
Look, killer to ghost.
Not so much.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Off we go to the steel.
Yes.
The steam?
To the steam.
Steam.
To the steam.
The Musgrave car?
Mustang.
Mustang. Sally.
So here you come, this massive junkyard, this field of twisted iron and metals, hidden away from the recently remodeled and pleasantly presented portions of the steam. This unique, vastly cluttered field covered in abandoned railway cars, vehicles, discarded scrap, oddly compelling blemish on this region of New Fair. But what would you like to do while you're here?
Well, we need to find a
the
train
Mustang
car.
Mustang Sally.
Do we
humming the
split
search?
up, or should we kind of stay together?
No, we should stay
I might as well do the search.
Yeah, you're good at it. I will give you a drive to give you an extra one.
All right. I will accept it.
Step behind a train car and use the bathroom.
I know, I'm like
Mixed
wiggling.
success with a 5.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know why I keep pulling them out. I'm like, look, I just did a thing.
Knowing the sketch that's on the paper that you have, you begin to leap from abandoned railway car to abandoned railway car. Eventually looking for something, some sort of a sign that might bring it about. You do eventually see one that has like a brass finish to it in certain places. And as you approach, kind of getting the best look you can with a little bit of lights coming through, you're just now pulling away from the marine layers. The fog isn't as thick, though there's kind of a little layer of mist that kind of sits a couple feet off the ground here. That allows you to kind of get higher ground and see some of the larger bits of the junker that poke out throughout this whole portion of the city. You go to this one, and as you begin to approach, you can see across the top of its roof railing, there is tarnished brass, like a design inlay that emerges in these like running horses on the front, on each side.
Did we bring any sources of fire with us? We still have any lanterns, yes?
No. You still got the lighter?
I mean,
Excuse me, can I ask what you're doing? And at this point, you turn around and see this kind of scraggly-looking man in his 60s or so, kind of a long white skullet. It looks to have this kind of like really sunken, long, pointed chin that comes to a kind of a long, scraggly-looking chin beard point that kind of just hangs down to about middle of his chest. A long, kind of tattered overcoat, and you recognize this figure, if only through reputation, as Maynard Van Helter, who is the proprietor of the junkyard.
Can I read him, see if he seems like susceptible to bribery or...
Yeah, make a read roll.
Deception.
Just trying to see if there is perhaps
6 on the gilded.
What you are doing, skulking through my yard.
We're not skulking. We have something to do.
You look pretty skulk-worthy. You read on him. He's definitely... He's the kind of person that doesn't want people stealing from his junkyard, and likely has means to defend his property and has had to do it a number of times. But is also a person that enjoys making a deal.
Maynard, is it not?
I whisper in her ear. He'll make a deal.
You don't look like the usual riffraff that comes through here at night, huh?
No, we're not. I'm here to make a deposit, shall we say, into the Bank of Van Helter. Are you interested?
Always.
I have some goods that I'm trying to keep out of the hands of others.
The least I know, the better.
Yes. I was wondering if, for a certain sum, you might turn the other way. I'll pull out a little pouch of my coins, pretty much what I've got.
Make a swear roll.
Okay. I hate this game.
It's the drama. It's the best part.
Attention.
Drive, please drive. Mixed success on a 5. Oh, and 5. I'll take the 5 gilded. Yeah.
There you go. So you get that drive right back.
I don't hate this game, by the way. It's just my heart is.
It's about building attention. Gives you a glance, looks down at what you have. That looks about appropriate amount. He draws his hand. You can see like the dirt and grime-encrusted fingernails that are just about a half an inch beyond the tips of his fingers as he reaches out.
And as I'll just leave it there with him, and I'll grasp his hand gently, and I'll say, if this works out, there's more business where this came from.
Don't worry, I know who you work with. And he kind of puts it in his pocket. You get the sense from your read roll, he has misinterpreted who you work with. Based on the location you're currently skulking at. But he kind of gives a nod and steps away a bit. And just whistles to himself.
I've always wanted to learn how to whistle.
But that, you are out of money for this.
I am. She's not. She's loaded, for fuck's sake. These two with their freaking inherited money or wherever it came from. I had to work for mine. I didn't say that out loud. I didn't say that. Okay. I know it's dreadful, but there is a certain sense of accomplishment when it happens. It's kind of like the thrill when I fool one of these gentlemen. Yeah, it's very funny. Anyway, that's beside the point. Oki's peeing in the corner. So we see the Mustang. Is there a door?
It's open.
Oh, it's wide open.
It's scrapped and has long been scrapped. It's in better condition than some of the train cars that you've passed by as you were inspecting. This looks like it was a higher end train car. It may have been like a premium upscale car before it engaged in some sort of terrible accident. And parts of it are heavily damaged.
Look around and see if Maynard is watching us at all, or are we alone?
No, he's wandered off.
Then I'm gonna take out the bleed detector and try to get a vibe of reveal where the entrance would be.
Glancing within, you look and it is just a cluster, a mass of like fallen scrap metal and torn cushions from seats. It's all just piled in there, and you do see a faint trail of lingering bleed that goes beneath this massive fallen tin panel that's kind of resting on the far sunken end of the train car. You can see like the tarnished and damaged roof edges kind of curling over from the front, and you can hear just the faintest bit of wind whistling.
What do you see?
I'm gonna go over and like lift the tin up.
It, and you can see indeed beneath it, mostly obscured by the panel, there looks to be an opening, a tunnel that fairly steeply descends into the old Farron earth.
Well done.
I think this is... Yes, we might run into the Snatcher down here as well.
Well, mind your step. Tetanus is the true enemy. Dude. I'm gonna jump into the hole.
Professor, do you have any light sources, fire sources? Is there
I'm
any
in the
fire?
hole, baby!
Any fire sources? I mean,
Is there anything we can light, like make a torch out of?
Light, lights, nothing around us.
You don't see any, like there's like occasional pieces of wood you might be able to burn, but there's you didn't bring lanterns. You also have no light source.
We
we have the lighter. Is there a stick, like something that I can?
Yeah, you can scrounge a stick.
Right.
You can makeshift a torch here, and you have chemicals probably still left over. You could make a singular torch.
Right.
Oh,
I've made a singular torch.
Excellent. Follow him.
Okay.
Oh my god.
In the hole, baby.
It's really dumb to not have grabbed any light sources on the way here.
I feel like
That's
we
just
would
really
have
stupid.
every single time, and yet we somehow don't.
Come. There's nothing scary so far. Is there?
We know that the guns are useless on him. It. Correct? No, never mind. It's too late. Never
Are
mind,
you
it's too late.
coming?
Yes. We're coming.
I could wait for as long as you'd like.
No. In we go. I'm gonna jump down.
Okay.
Me too.
There's just enough space to go single file down this tunnel and follow the light source of the flickering torch, the bit of wind that seems to be escaping or running through, causing it to shift as you move. It is a steep, kind of spiraling decline. And this pathway, as it continues to descend deeper and deeper below, the temperature begins to drop. A general moisture seems to be collecting along the rock, giving it a bit of a shine or a glisten as the light flickers past.
Wait, what is the plan? What are we just going down here? And we're gonna hope for the best.
Go in and try to close the portal that the Snatcher came through. It's connected to something here. If we can close it, then it won't be able to.
May I take the light as they're chatting and just sort of hold it up against these squishy gushy walls, look for something?
Okay.
I'm looking specifically for like moss, any kind of lichen, any sort of fungal growth on the walls.
Okay. Okay. As you kind of keep an eye out as you pass by this opening part of the torch, you don't see any yet. It is just stone and that hint of moisture, but nothing seems to have taken root from a fungal standpoint.
I'm gonna keep an eye out for it as we proceed.
I'm sorry that I missed this part. Is there bleed in this hallway, whatever
I'm
this
going to
tavern?
sense. I guess I can plug the bleed detector.
Okay. Indeed, you see the faint trail of bleed that seems to like scrape across the wall and the floor in places, like something had dragged its way.
Does it feel like the same bleed that came from the Snatcher?
You can make a sense roll if you'd like.
Did you say it was like as if it was something was being dragged on the ground?
Like as you see like streaks across the way in different patterns.
Oh, okay.
Mixed success of the
Mixed success. As you are stepping through, you indeed sense this familiar bleed. This is a... Whatever has been assailing you and those you've been around as of late passed through here and has left a residue. A residue that still kind of is embedded somewhere within you since you've let it in. And in that brief moment, your vision begins to fall and you tumble into this darkness, reaching out with your hand as it withers gray. And you almost fall forward before you kind of like stop her with your hand out, but you do take a bleed from leaning a little too close to the abyss.
So close.
Helen, are you all right?
Mm-hmm. I don't know how I haven't done this before since I have this damn piece of equipment I've been carrying around, but I'm gonna try to like take, if there's some like on the dirt or whatever, put some of the, soak
I'm gonna take I'm gonna use my ward to soak a bleed.
There you go.
I just took.
Just like somehow scoop some of this bleed into my little container vacuum.
Okay, you got it. Not a worry. Eventually, this tunnel, as it curves deeper down, sorry, we didn't ask you something? The narrow pathway begins to shift into a twisting, lightless cave structure. It seems to intersect at times with long-buried stonework and structures that jut from the dirt and rock like peaking bones. Eventually, the same path, the shale and granite giving way to the occasional step or two, like you found a staircase that then vanishes once more into the surrounding earth, widens further into a massive cavern, framed in numerous climbing archways and starkly jagged pillars of squared rock and harsh angle. Ruined buildings peek from the exposed earth beneath, the architecture imposing and cold. Shapes like massive bodies carved from the rock, partially crumbled and looming like long-dead giants, stand 20, 30 feet above, leaning, about to fall, or buried halfway into the stone itself. As you walk into this space, the silence, the shadow, just the faint bit of firelight in front of you, framing the very edges of this interior. What would you like to do?
I just want to scan, see if there's anything, any movement, any creature, anything that might catch my eye before we continue moving.
Make a survey roll for me. 6. Fantastic. Here, amongst the darkness, you actually kind of push the torch back a bit so you can let the light not distract from you, adjusting to the shadows so you can best make out the details. And as you do, you see a little ways beyond, past, looks like an opening in the cavern where part of it kind of shrieks down, this massive stalactite-type structure that combines to the ground to create a natural rock pillar of elements. You see a faint purplish glow, ever so faint, risen and in the distance, unique to anything else you see.
I'm just stop everyone and I whisper, there's something over there. It's a glow. I don't know if it's a person or something else. Just saying.
Are there any sconces on the wall or anything like that? No.
No sconces.
Okay.
Well. We should move quietly then. Can I get a read from the oh god, I don't want to try to read anything else.
You soak that last one up, you're fine.
Is it possible to tell if the bleed is new? Does it seem like the Snatcher left here and has come back, or is it is the trail of bleed only going one direction? Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean. Would you like to make another sense roll to find?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you a drive.
What is it? For what?
Intuition?
Intuition.
I'll give you one too. Just all the dice.
You guys.
All
got
the
it,
dice.
baby. You got it.
My dice are out.
Seriously, no. I don't believe it.
What? Every dice is a failure. It's so true. 5 dice didn't roll above a 3.
Do you have a resistance?
We get it back. We get it back.
Right back.
We get it back.
Thank God.
Oh no!
You get down to the ground
Oh, good.
and begin to concentrate with your bleed detector out. And you look to the broken shale and stone and rubble around you, and looking at the bleed, you feel it begin to almost emerge, like liquid water pooling and gathering out, like it's beginning to flood almost, and it begins to reach for you, and you find yourself frozen, unable to breathe as it begins to reach up and grasp at you. And with that, you feel it begin to seep into your body, and that cold sensation, almost like your arm is beginning to go completely numb, almost like it's reaching up to your face. None of you see this, but the bleed is encroaching deeper, and you take a mark of bleed to your body.
I'm glad I soaked that last one.
No kidding.
What do you see?
Nothing. This place is very old. It's soaked in bleed right now. Hard to make anything of it.
I'm gonna grasp her hand and just hold it.
Now, you can ask me a question about the source of the bleed. Don't forget.
Because it's
Oh, I can?
Whenever you take a bleed mark,
I can ask you a question.
yeah,
Okay, I'll do
you
that.
took that ability.
Okay.
What
Then
question
I
do you
want to ask, does it look like the creature was going?
You can get what you want.
Absolutely.
So
You can have your cake and eat it.
As opposed to analyzing it, instead you let it into your body and soul, and the information comes at the severe cost of a portion of you lost forever. Indeed, you sense the creature has not come and gone as much as it was sent out once it arrived.
So it hasn't returned.
Yet.
So we should move quickly.
All right. Let's go sneaky sneaky. Can we go sneaky sneaky with a torch?
Yes, we. Well, there.
I'll try to sneak up ahead.
You want me to put
I'll sneak
this
up a
out?
little head.
Should
No,
I
it's
put
all
it
right.
out?
I'm pretty sneaky. I can
You can make it work.
I can make it work. There's enough light from that glow. I think I can.
I douse our torch in my jacket.
Okay.
It's dark.
It is pitch black beyond the very faint purple glow in the distance.
Then hiding, I suppose, will be easy. That's not what you meant, did it?
All right.
All right.
No.
So, hand on his back, and I guess the next person's hand on each other's back. Yeah.
Okay.
Follow me. Ready? Hide.
Go ahead and make
I'm
a
gonna
hide roll
close
for
my
me.
eyes so my eyes adjust.
Is it working?
I'm gonna add a dice to it because it's so dark. I will remove a dice because it is dangerous and you have no vision of the floor, so it just evens out.
I know that wasn't.
So if I spend
Do you
a
want- oh, wait,
die,
can we use, like,
spend a
just-
drive. No, wait.
You spend a drive, you get add an extra die. I'm just saying I was just gonna add one anyway because it was so dark.
How many does that give you? 1 or 2?
That gives me. I have 3
Oh, you
total.
have 3. Okay.
It's gilded. You got it.
Keeps getting stuck in my.
Sneaky.
Oh wait, I'm gonna help you.
Okay.
That's a hide. I'm gonna give you a drive.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. 2 6s.
2 6s.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a crit on that. Carefully, and adjusting to the darkness here, you're used to traveling in the shadows of the city, and you adorn yourself in this space with the shadow quite well. Carefully, you begin to feel the ground ascend. Not a natural cavern rise, but large, thick stone steps. And once you've uncovered the pattern of their ascent, you begin to safely ascend them as well. You find at points they are cracked and crumbled. Some, the earth itself has fallen onto it and piled above it. But slowly, you rise and rise. And you begin to watch this glow brighten and brighten. You step up now to what appears to be a small camp that has been set up around this raised dais. And what you see around it, lit by this purple glow, looks like the shell of a temple, partially crumbled. First thing you notice is in the middle of this raised platform, a 10-foot-tall oval, a dark marble archway with about a half-foot to a foot section of it missing, though it does not prevent it from currently holding within it some sort of a sparkling, glowing ring. And within this ring of strange arcana is an absolute peek into nothingness. A black void of absence so dark, you've only seen it creep at the back of your mind the few times you've touched anything beyond the flare. It resembles the interior of a crack you once witnessed. It resembles the space that once swallowed your fiancé. This is a black beyond black. You also see amongst this camp, on the ground, scattered 3 other bodies. Faceless. Unmoving. What would you like to do?
Is there anyone moving? Anybody up and moving about?
Not that you see.
I would like to search the body. I want to see if there's anything on the bodies, anything of
Sure. Go ahead and make a survey check as you go through the quick bodies.
I'm gonna look for
5.
5. Okay, makes sense. You begin to kind of look through their accoutrements, and you going up to look at them. Some of them are, fairly muscular, like they were hired muscle. Others, an elderly gentleman. They're all well dressed. They carry weapons. One of them has a heavy club, multiple firearms, bullets.
Anything like a flask or any? I'm looking for combustible materials.
Nothing. What are you doing?
I'm looking on the ground based on what I remember Eddie's ritual site looking like. Are there any runes on the ground or around the portal that seem like they were freshly added?
As you kind of ascend step after step to kind of get up to eye line of the dais where the portal is currently open, you see there are scattered lines of materials like dark dust or ash that has been drawn in lines. It looks like this is indeed some sort of anchoring ritual site here surrounding it. And it's about that time you see a shape in the middle of the portal.
In the middle of the portal? Coming through the portal?
As a humanoid form steps through.
Uh-oh.
A man in a dark green suit with slicked hair that's a bit frazzled, a goatee that comes to a point, salt and pepper gray. You see his body has grown a bit stretched and sallow. His eyes are sunken in, and both pupils shine a vibrant gold. He steps out and immediately smiles and turns his head to you. Oh, joy of joys. Ah, the joys I have seen beyond the flare. If only you could understand how small we are. How terrifyingly enormous the hungry truth of the endless beyond is. You would shatter or join in this jubilance. Shh. Edward has seen them too. He is still here. But you are all too far gone. Candela serves the end of greatness. Burns our potential to be part of the real chaos. And he reaches to his chest and clutches an amulet that you see hanging around his neck. As you hear behind you.
Wait!
Can we? I pull out my gun to shoot him.
How
Pull out
close
your
Shoot him
are
at
we
the
to him? Yeah,
amulet.
how
Shoot at
close
the
are we
amulet.
to him?
At the amulet.
All right. You are the closest to him. You're about 20 feet from him. The rest of you are about
20
40 or
feet.
50 feet. Like you just started to cross the dais. There's this large plane where it's in the middle. So you were the first to act. Go ahead and roll.
At the amulet, I'm gonna
Roll control. This is
my.
a high stakes roll.
Oh wait, I have the thing. Anytime that there's a high stakes roll, I can use cunning. So I am gonna burn. I'm gonna burn a cunning and a cinema. So I get the nerve, so that I can have 3 dice.
Got it.
Boom, 6. Yes.
Boom, 6. You fire the amulet. You see it tears off his neck and darts somewhere off into the shadow. And he kind of like turns. Oh, you shouldn't have done that. You hear that noise getting louder behind you. And the rest of you kind of glance at the sound and you can see the orange glow rising as the creature is apparating out of the cracks in the ground, the roots forming, and you hear Lycus shout out, Eos et somnia mite, and runs off to go ahead and try and retrieve the amulet. What are you all doing?
I'm gonna try to go get the amulet.
I need you to make a move test for me to see if you can beat him to the amulet.
I am going to immediately crouch down on the ground.
Yes.
And start looking at the runes that are there and changing them a little bit. And I'm gonna try to do a forbidden ritual.
I'm gonna try a forbidden ritual. Okay. Okay. All right, so you immediately take a scar. What are the effects you hope for this ritual?
The crack in the marble that's already a foot wide, I want to finish the break it cleanly, and destroy where the portal is open.
Okay. You. Describe to me how your ritual operates. What do you give and how do you change in the sacrifice this ritual requires?
All of the bleed that I could see forming into a liquid in front of my eyes when I was down in the cavern, I'm going to look at it again and call it into myself. And I'm going to send it back into the ground, and there's going to be black that shoots from where my hand is touching the ground, like tendriling up the walls and around until it can reach the crack in the top of it and get down in it and rip it apart.
As it pulls up to the sides, you see the purple energy that holds this void back, kind of flickering. The black tendrils reach up and clutch, and in that moment of tensile freeze, you hold and give the physical motion. It shatters and tears. The exterior of this portal flickers. It bursts out in a flash of bright purple light, sending the obsidian stone scattering in 100 different directions. As it shoots across, you watch as Lycus turns back. No! The creature, looming up in the air just behind you, about to strike, reaches back and you can see the roots blown back, exposing its torso, where dozens of faces just scream in unison across it. You go ahead and roll your move.
Oh God, I don't have anything
I feel like I want to do something different now.
You can adjust if you like.
I am going to try to. No, I'm gonna go for the amulet. Okay. So I have nothing, so I do 2.
Is that
In move?
moving or surveying? Because it's to search. Can I help with this?
This isn't search, this is trying to beat him to it.
Oh,
Because you're running towards it.
right.
So go ahead and roll 2 dice and take the lower of the 2.
Oh, come on, baby.
3.
And but there's
Oh, no.
but you have a resistance.
Can I spend a resistance to try to roll it again, or that doesn't work?
Yeah, if you'd like. Yeah, no, that works.
Okay.
You just roll those 2 again and take
God,
the
you have
lowest.
to roll.
No, just
Both of them have to be above 4.
Can you help on a resistance roll?
Sure.
Would you rather roll 2 and take the lowest, or do you want 1?
I'll just roll again. I'll roll it.
Don't.
That's a fail. That's
a big fat fail. You are running, and you're starting to catch up a bit on Lycus, who is like desperately clinging over. And as he's moving towards it, you could see his gait. His body is more limber than you expect, and almost has a bestial like running quality to it as he's kind of crawling his way towards where the amulet he believes shot off. Right as you hear this behind you, look, just as shards of obsidian end up piercing you in multiple places across the side of your face. You take 2 body marks from your proximity to this. And then continue, like stumble, rolling on the ground, get back up, and you're just covered in blood on the left side of your face.
As I get up, I take out my gun, rolling, standing up, and then I put it on Lycus.
Holding it on Lycus?
Holding it on Lycus.
From back where I am, I'm doing this. I'm keeping it.
Lycus isn't stopping. Lycus is just running. Doesn't give a shit.
He's trying to get away.
He's trying to get to the amulet.
Can I shoot him from afar?
If you'd like to.
I would like to.
Go ahead and roll control for me.
Control. Missed.
A missed with a 2. You go ahead and go to aim the gun. And as you go ahead and fire, it goes wide, but also the creature has finished screeching at the detonation of the portal and reaches over and grabs you and just throws you into the air.
Oh no, you keep getting thrown by monsters.
Get flung as a high arch and then impact hard.
Okay.
I take a body.
Yeah, I'm out.
She is still and not moving. You hear a heavy crack upon the impact. Charlotte is limp. What are you doing?
Howard's stunned. What? And he just bewilderedly pulls out a skinny little cigarette from his jacket. What happened? Oh, what?
I was allowed to spend my cunning on that. I only didn't spend any drives because I didn't have any of these drives, but I'm allowed to spend my cunning on high stakes. May I retcon?
It's pretty high stakes. Go ahead and roll those additional dice, and we'll see if you beat it, and then the narrative will continue regardless.
Just the additional.
You've been
the one
flung.
additional dice, not both of them.
Oh, just the one additional die.
Yeah.
Not the both.
You've been flung.
Okay.
Fate is decreed.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I did both while I was alive.
It's true.
My
You're still alive. You're just very badly.
Yeah.
Sorry. Dr. Magro.
Oh, yeah, he just quickly takes out a little skinny cigarette, lights it. Well, here we go. And takes the last little bit of his torch fuel and puts it on his axe, lights it on fire, and just goes, ah! And just runs toward the beast with the flaming axe.
Okay.
Get it!
And it's just flung. I'm just gonna try to take a big. I'm just fighting the monster. Okay. Take a big swipe at it with the axe.
I need you to go ahead and roll strike for me.
All right.
Big old flaming axe arc through the air. After it just finished flinging Charlotte almost into the ceiling.
I'll use an extra one. A 5, mixed success.
5, mixed success. Crack! You slam it into its back. This horrible, like, echoing bellow emerges from it as the flames begin to flicker up its back. As it does, it lights, and you can see between the heavy, thick coat of roots, eyes, and screaming mouths screaming back at you from beneath. Their milky, pupilless eyes just... You draw the axe out, and when the flames begin to curl, it spins around, whack, and just knocks you to the ground. You take 2 body.
2 body.
Bodies.
Spicy.
Actually, no. 1 body, 1 bleed. My apologies.
Oh, he is a ghost punch.
I'm gonna take a shot at Lycus.
All right.
Do you have more?
Well, I mean, I feel like cut back and forth. The fight continues. I'm still going to fight this thing.
Yeah,
So you do
we'll
you.
We'll come back around here. All right,
Take a
so
shot.
taking a shot at Lycus?
Yep.
Lycus is now currently stopped and is currently like scrambling and digging through a pile of stone. Going, where is it? Where is it? Ah!
4.
Sorry, I don't know why I pointed.
No,
You
you're
can
fine,
see.
you're fine,
I'm
you're
just
fine.
excited.
I know, help me,
I can't
help
even
me.
use this hand. I don't know why I'm pointing.
It's all right, I need excitement.
Okay, he stands up, holding the amulet, and turns around, gets shot in the chest. It's not enough. It's never enough. And he kind of like leans forward. He took a hit. He's not doing great. He took a bullet to the chest, but he's holding the amulet forth and holds it up once more. Heos at Samina Mite, and holds the amulet aloft, and you can see it's like kind of cracked.
Oh no.
It glows with the blue, but there's a very apparent crack from where you shot it.
Yes!
Yay.
And you can see the creature that's now flickering from the flame. It's like screeching and running behind. You can watch as like its 2 arms swing, and a third one seems to emerge and swing as well. It's now like lurched over you, this massive, terrifying curl of a creature, and you are just trying to fend it off with a flaming axe. As the amulet's held aloft, you watch it kind of like clarify, and its glowing orange glow in its face kind of turns blue for a minute. And that spark of intense ferocity and chaos becomes focused. Still flaming. As you're recovering from this ritual, what are you doing?
I take an immediate bleed scar
You do.
from the ritual. So when I look up from having done that, this eye is completely like the black. It's just no pupil, no white, just it's a completely glass black eye. And the gray has traveled up the side of my face. And when I lift my hand up, instead of the void that's been there in the hole, there's now a orange eye staring out from the hole in my hand.
Cool.
So I'm, not that it matters, I'm taking a point away from Reed because I probably can't interpret body language quite as much anymore. I don't know whether to take it in survey or I don't know where to shift it to.
Sense?
I already
You
have.
have
I
so
maxed
much
out
sense.
sense. I guess I can put another into focus.
You can if you'd like.
So I have 3 in focus and 3 in sense. now.
Amazing.
Okay.
Can I pull my gun out from my side and try to start loading bullets into it?
Yes, you may. So we'll say
Calmly.
it's going to take you a minute to calmly just. Okay, as you're doing that, you are in the middle of the fray with this beast, now focused in a more terrifying calm come over it. What are you doing?
I'll growl back at it. And I come off that last swing, and the faces are all like on its front.
Like hidden within the tangle of hair-like roots that form most of its body, you can see faces deep hidden within.
Can I look for Kara's face?
Yeah, you can make a survey. Survey or focus, your choice.
Oh, I lost a focus. I'm gonna spend a drive and do survey.
Okay.
4.
4. Okay.
2 ones.
Phew!
Glancing in the screaming faces, and the screaming has stopped, and they've all gone still. As that calm has hit. As you glance in, indeed you do see Kara's face amongst them.
I'm going to put the axe down by my feet and douse the flame in the ground, between the ground and my feet. And so it's just an axe. And I'm gonna do a strike, but I'm trying to do something specific.
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to take that face off the monster.
Okay.
Just that one face.
All right.
It's my last drive on nerve.
As you put out the flame, the creature reaches out and grabs the side of your shoulder, and its roots begin to curl up around your face as its arms kind of drifting to try and grasp you. You take another bleed.
Oh boy. Oh, I'm in trouble, Bubble.
That was from the mixed success of the survey.
Oh, that's right.
But now you get to take your actual strike. So go ahead and roll strike for me as you This is high stakes roll, of course.
Yeah.
Come on, baby.
Is that a 6? I can't tell.
That's
Yeah.
Yay, 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 yay.
Zeroing in on the face, you pull back with the axe, feeling that cold climb and the horrible sound of the crooked roots, like kind of curling around your head. Whack! You slam it into the side. As you strike the face, you watch it kind of crumble from the body.
When it crumbles, is it still a face? Or does it like disintegrate? Does it disappear?
Maybe
Is
Kara
it,
got her face back when you just took it off the body.
Ah, interesting. All right. I'm somehow happy with that as I'm getting choked out.
You are indeed.
Can I, play the bait?
If you'd like to.
Yeah. I'm gonna stand up and try to, like, hold my hand up to the creature. And shout, "At me!"
Go ahead and roll sense. You are combating the will of this amulet.
I'm
On
gonna
its
take a
more-
shot at the amulet.
Okay, well, we'll see this here. See, and then we'll come to you.
A 5.
A 5. Okay. The blue that's still there suddenly shifts to orange, and it kind of turns to you and just throws you to the side. You crack, hit the side of the crumbled ruin. You take a body as your shoulders almost popped out of the socket, and you feel that warm running through the back of your arm. So you're gonna go ahead and take your shot.
Yeah.
As it's now. Augie.
Oh, come on.
Control.
Do it.
5.
5. The amulet shatters in his hand, as well as 2 of his fingers are now gone. Falls to the ground, whips back, and you can see the golden eyes intensely shining like a cat catching a little bit of light. What have you done? Fools! The word fools echoes, and you hear, as the bleed has crept in from recently, the voice, "You fool!" Once more, you see the face of the spirit of your dean drift through. The life that you took still gathered and hunting you, drifting around as you catch yourself trying to adjust to the pain that you now feel in your shoulder. It is now lumbering towards you.
Not that it matters. Guns don't work against this creature.
Nope. Grabs its hand around you, the other one as well, and your head is now being swarmed by these roots.
Oh, I'm gonna be out. This is gonna take me out.
You take a bleed.
Yeah,
So you take a scar from the bleed.
I take a scar.
You watch as the creature lifts her up, swarms around her head, and then releases her. She falls to the ground. Her face, a barren, flat appearance of skin.
I'm out. You better kill him.
I'm out too.
You better kill him. I gotta get my face back. Set him on fire.
I'm on it. Maybe.
Goes running towards you.
Oh, God.
Augie, what are you gonna do?
Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm seeing if there's something here that I didn't see before.
There's something I didn't see before, but I'm out.
Where's Lycus?
Lycus is currently it's like further back in the cave, lost the amulet, and is now kind of looking for something. And is starting to move away, kind of curling around where the creature is lumbering towards you.
How far away is Augie from me?
From you, you got thrown back to the wall, and you kind of stayed back because you were firing, so it was about 15, 20 feet.
I know.
Don't get caught.
I'm gonna do my best. I'm hurt. This is fucked. I'm hurt bad. And my shoulder's fucked. And I'm just, Augie! And I'm gonna try to throw my axe out to him.
Right. Augie, you're pretty quick. I'll just let you catch it.
Yes.
Okay.
Is it still on fire?
No.
It's on fire.
All right.
Go first.
So, I'm gonna take a swing. I'm gonna take a swing at it, and I'm gonna take a swing at it. I don't know what the fuck to do.
All right, roll for strike.
Roll for strike?
Yes.
Oh no, I have nothing.
You don't have any strike?
No.
Maybe you can assist? Nope.
I'm out of drive.
It's all right. It's all right.
Just
it's all right.
good advice. Aim for Arlo's face.
All right.
Come on!
Come on, big money. 2 sixes. A 6 and a 1.
No!
But I thought you had what? You had what? Oh.
It's disadvantage.
You sure it wasn't good roll?
You take the axe and swing it in a large arc, screaming in the air. And right as you're about to impact, you get picked up. Your feet leave the ground as it scoops down with its arm and lifts you up. And as it holds you, that burning orange glow from behind the roots alights your face as it carries you up, almost looking into this alien visage. Its roots climb up and surround your head. You take a body and a bleed.
Oh. My body's full.
Uh-oh.
Howard, save us!
Am I? So I'm
Set
out.
it on fire.
Yeah, you already had 3?
I already had
third?
3.
You take a
This is
swing
my
and you're
fourth.
out.
Yeah.
Is that the only way?
Yeah, it has to stay tuned to you.
Set it on fire.
I'm gonna barehand it.
Set it on fire.
Barehand? With what?
There's fire in here. They had
As you-
lanterns glowing.
Watch the creature run, lift Augie in the air. The roots surround Augie's torso. And after a moment, they withdraw. And it gently places Augie on the ground.
Oh, gently. That's
And Augie's face is no more.
You better. Are there lanterns in here? There's lanterns in here.
Can I burn a drive to
Aren't there?
No.
Because there was
You're
fire.
mostly fighting in the dark right now because you've destroyed the portal.
Lord.
Where are you?
I'm out. I got thrown against the wall, baby.
You are literally the only one.
Last man, no!
Yeah, literally the only man.
I am sauced. I have shit. I have nothing.
Can you get my? Can you?
right
You have
now-
a gun. You have my gun. Can you get the axe?
Space guns don't work. You have
Lycus
the axe.
is fleeing. Lycus is just running off into the shadow.
And the amulet,
Run.
the amulet that controls the monster
It's
is
broken.
Shattered.
shattered.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Okay.
Oh no!
What was the chemical?
Wait.
That you made?
Okay. When oh fuck this. when the men that she searched that were faceless came in, were they alive, quote unquote? Like, did they seem like
Yeah,
they were
they
like
were still warm. There was still a heartbeat.
Are you running away?
Run away.
Run away.
I'm one hit. Oh no.
If you run away, you can still come back and avenge and save us. You can still come back and save us.
Go. Go, Howard.
This is horrible.
It's
Howard's no coward. I run directly at the beast, empty-handed, and I am gonna run. Howard's no coward. I'm gonna run straight. I'm barehanded. I've got a couple of hits left.
The only light you have is the direction where it's facing, the orange glow that's throughout the chamber now that
Can
the
you
portal
jump
has
on
been
its back because you
flailing.
see that the light is facing another direction or
I
something?
am going to go straight for the front of it, head on, and I'm gonna scream as I run at it, and I'm gonna try to find one of you in the dark and just hurt and pull. I'm gonna pull and tear at this thing. I'm just gonna strike at it and tear at it with my bare hands.
Try to pull the faces off of it?
Yes.
Okay, so you're rushing towards it.
Yes.
You shout, and it does turn. And you see that orange glow kind of lighting the space below as you charge towards it. You run and kind of leap onto its torso. You are searching for a specific. What face are you looking for?
God, what face? Well,
The truth?
Yeah.
Arlo's.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think Arlo is, at this point, the only one that could get us out of this. I have no options. I'm not going to leave you guys behind. I'm sorry. I can't do it.
Make a survey roll. As you now leap onto it, just like full on, grabbing onto the heavy roots and starting to like tear through its body. You can feel it like reacts to the impact.
6.
Yes. Yeah, baby.
You pull through and glancing, you see many faces kind of inside, almost like all kind of twitching and looking around at nothing in the space. And indeed, kind of over by where would be like the right shoulder of where it is, you climb up and one of the arms tries to reach for you and you like duck beneath and tear up and pull in and you see Arlo's face peeking out.
One more shot at it. Just ball up that old farm boy fist and try to smush it through this body and reach for Arlo's face and tear it out.
Roll for strike.
Yeah, here goes.
Oh, God. Come on, baby.
He's
Come
crossed.
on, baby.
A 5 and a 4.
5 and a 4. Okay, next success. You and just repeatedly start punching into this face. Each time you feel it recede further in and further in until eventually you get your fingers inside and just grab and pull. And it's like ripping a heavy bush from the ground as the roots tear from the very like well-planted earth. You feel your already hurt shoulder pop as you pull it back out of the socket in pulling it free. But as you do, you rip Arlo's face forth. Right as the creature, its arms encircle you. You take the body in a bleed.
Good night, Irene.
Oh, no.
I only got 3 bodies, but I'm out on the bleed.
As you hope in this desperate rage it made a difference, your vision goes dark as you fall to the ground, unmoving and without a face. Arlo, you come to consciousness, your face returned to your body, lying on the ground. You are in shadow. You're scared. You don't know what happened.
I'm laying on my back.
Yeah.
My hands are moving on the ground.
Yeah, you feel the ground. You feel the ground.
I am going to draw rituals and shove my hand onto the ground again. And I'm going to try to change the environment and fill the entire room with light.
Yes.
Yes. Love it.
So you're filling the entire room with just bright light? I'm asking, like, how does this operate? Tell me, because this ritual happens automatically. You take another scar.
Yes, I do.
So explain to me, what sort of light do you fill this with? Where does it come from? What intensity is this?
In my mind's eye, I see Old Fair as it was. I see where the lights were in the city. I see where the flames, the sconces on this wall used to be. And for a moment, this room is what it was. And all of those lights that would have been on light up. They're there. They're back.
As you finish this ritual, this stream of pale gray energy kind of spreads out through the cracks, snaking through all the broken architecture. And as it glides up through all the shattered, spiraling spiderweb-like cracks, eventually it finds all of these long-forgotten, ancient, massive, crystalline and glass orbs that alight the chamber for the moment in a brilliance not seen in more than probably 2,000 years. The entire chamber comes to a vibrant life with an intensity that almost blinds you. And you hear a heinous shriek. The creature draws back to the wall and then see it screeching. It's trying to get away, and it's just unable to find purchase anywhere on the stone. As it kind of stands there, it begins to like shrink and wither, and it's panicking and fidgeting. What do you do?
Are the sconces there? Are the flames there that would have been there in the past?
You see that as they glow in a light, they're mostly like massive, like stained glass orbs that are lit from within, braziers and torches that give the light from the inside.
I'm going to reach out and grab one, and as the creature's flailing against the wall, I'm gonna throw the flame at the creature directly.
Okay, so the sconces, they're hanging quite a bit up in the air. The closest one to you is a bit of a leap to try and grab and pull it down. There is one above it, where it currently is situated.
Oh, in that case, I'm gonna take the gun that I loaded and aim up and try to shoot the thing connecting it to where it falls down onto the creature.
There is a heavily rusted chain that holds it aloft.
Okay.
I would like you to go ahead and roll for control to aim for its weakest point.
Okay. Okay.
No.
I hear laughter from outside. I failed.
Oh.
You fail.
No resistance?
No resistance, no special
No.
skills.
No.
I have nothing.
It goes wide.
That's good because the scar that I just took, y'all, is 2 fully glass black eyes, and I'm seeing the other realm in addition to this realm. So it's hard to fucking tell what I'm doing.
Sure.
You fire, and it just hits the dirt and rock nearby. Dust kinds to fall a little bit as the flames are still burning, but you can feel like their energy, this arcana, is temporary. The creature is like trying to get itself upward. The intensity of this gives you a brain as you are feeling the stress. As right now in this moment, as you come to consciousness, you look around and see one friend unconscious and 2 faceless, and it causes your mind to almost snap. The creature is still shrinking, but it's starting to gain its strength as the lights are beginning to lessen.
Is it like against the wall, like
It's
down?
against the wall, like nowhere to run, scratching and pulling away. How many more bullets you got?
I mean, I've used 2 so far, so I can try again.
You can try again, but each one of these failures is going to come with another.
Come on.
Another mark.
Dice, do the magic. Come on.
Your bleed should be empty, by the way. When you take a scar, they go away.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Clutch. All right. Did you see this coming, Augie? Did you see this?
I can't see anything right now.
5! I got a 5! Oh!
You got a 5.
Yes! La, la, la.
Focus, and as the light around you, some of the braces begin to shut off, the ritual's power beginning to wane. You focus, and instead of using the light to guide you, instead you let the dark carry your arms. You aim true. The chain snaps. It crashes, and immediately flames burst around the creature. It shrieks and runs around. It tries to flee. It falls. It stumbles. It reaches out. You see its arms starting to stretch as the flames curl up the side, the fingers reaching, the roots themselves flailing and pulling back before they begin to curl inward. The smoke begins to billow and create this black, sooty interior of this chamber. The streaks and the screams of all the faces in unison now begin to fade one by one until it's just the singular, curling, glowing light. Stumbles forward. The rest of the roots burning away, and as the orange glow begins to subside, you just see the gray, burning face of Edward, now freed from the form that he became, lost in the void. And in that brief moment, you see peace as he reaches for you. And smiles before the sinner's taken. Your face returns. Your face returns.
I just sit down. Hello?
Oh.
Did we win?
I think so.
For the record, you are all in pitch black darkness. All you pick up are your voices here in endless shadow.
Does anybody have a lighter?
Charlie?
I'd have to look around for it. And I start just pawing through the dark, looking for my lighter. Arlo, you're speaking. Does that mean you have a face again?
Is that because of you?
Oh, maybe because of you. My recollection is a bit foggy.
I'm looking around to see if I had his lighter, because I don't think.
I think you
gave it
did,
back.
didn't you?
Like, I'm
I
trying.
think I got it back when I sparked my thing.
Oh,
Do I
that's right.
find my... May I search for my lighter?
It takes you a little bit, because right now you have time. And you can decide how long it takes, but you do eventually find it amongst the rubble.
Oh, no. Oh, hello. How are you, Charlie? Are you feeling all right?
What? What happened?
Lycus? I don't know where Lycus went, but the Snatcher is gone.
Oh, so my theory was correct. You defeated the beast single-handedly.
Not single-handedly. But yes, he is gone.
Excellent.
And the portal?
Closed. We should find the amulet, bring it back to Candela.
Hey, I believe it was destroyed, was it not?
Completely?
Yeah, I can go check it out.
We should probably just bring the remnants of it back.
Yeah.
I'll try to look for some pieces.
You find a couple of shards of it, but the majority of it has been scattered amongst the rest of the stone.
I'm gonna pull out a little journal.
Okay.
I'm just gonna write. Like us.
I'm gonna like roll over on one side and push myself up with the good arm and just try to get my bearings. How much can we see?
With nothing.
Yeah, just to let
We'd
go
have
of the
to-
lighter.
All you have is the lighter.
Four
We
feet,
just have
maybe?
to use the lighter to get us out
Right.
of.
So
I kind of remember. Can I try to just, like, retrace our steps? Sort of feeling around, trying to remember.
I can certainly.
We have the map still.
Right.
I'll maybe we can like rip one of my sleeves off and make a torch out of it again, and then head up and out.
Yeah, it won't last too long, but it'll be enough to at least guide you to a safer space. And under torchlight, you recall where you entered, where you climbed, and eventually escape back to the welcome, if chilly, night air of New Fair.
I'm not one to imbibe, but I believe I could use a drink.
Same.
Should we go to the sight unseen?
Sure. Suppose I could call the doctor there as well.
We do need to inform Alexandra.
She can wait.
I think Stinson can help with that as well.
Shall we?
Howard, what What is that around you?
Around me?
Something blue.
Oh, blue? I'll introduce you sometime. Oh, I feel strange. Let's go. Let's go. Let's have a drink.
Pick up my arm and put my hand into my pocket just to hold it there. And, shall we? Again.
As you all clamber back to the sight unseen, to rest, recover, drink, and process, you take stock of the terrible things you've seen, the terrible things you've surmounted. It's one thing to know nightmares exist. It's another to be part of the bulwark that keeps them at bay. And it doesn't take long before you check in with Candela and learn that Kara's returned, as well as a number of other figures that mysteriously were discovered throughout the town, oddly connected to some semblance of underground artifact and art rings. Their faces mysteriously return. Mass hysteria seems to speak of these strange sightings and medical workers who saw this strange disease, but, I mean, such a thing's ridiculous, right? But when all is said and done, sore as you may be, you've accomplished something very few have. And sacrificed in some ways, but very few are willing. Candela is thankful for what you've done, and give you as much time as you need, indefinite as it may be. And for those that reach the thresholds of their own capabilities, perhaps a future as a lightkeeper lies before you. But the city continues roaring on, the populace obsessed with money and class, performative presentation and industry, progress, unaware of the ancient dangers that lurk in every shadow, and the many out there that seek to mine them for their own personal glory. Thank goodness there's people like you. I think that's a good place to end this.
Oh, man.
No joke! I thought I was gonna end that shit in a real negative way. I was like, oh man!
I love this is a TPK. This is what TPK is.
Yeah.
I've never
I was
had
like,
a TPK.
It was one bleed away.
Wow.
Wow.
Holy
Scary.
My boy.
I know, I've got a scar now. I've got a scar.
Hey, you have your first scar?
My first scar.
Augie, what's your scar?
So when the obsidian sort of exploded, the rock, half of his face, that sort of took the brunt of the obsidian shrapnel.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just scarred across the left side of his face, and some of it's still black. You see little bits and pieces, and his blue eyes, the left one, kind of is just a little bit more milky.
Mm.
And he cannot see out of his left eye anymore. So I will take, let's see here, maybe control, because I probably wouldn't be able to shoot and drive as well.
It's up to you.
And then I place it somewhere else?
Yeah, wherever else you choose.
I'm gonna put it in sense.
Go for it. You can take things to a 3 too if you like.
I'm gonna put it in read, is what I'm gonna do.
Oh, that's cool.
So you got a 3 in read now. What you lack in depth perception, you now gain a deeper understanding of the dark secrets that people hide. I like that. Charlie, how does your scar operate?
I think when she got flung against the wall again by
That's a rough life.
monster. She's like a rag doll.
I know.
This time she took a pretty severe blow to the head, and even when she's stopping to focus on something, occasionally it's just hard for her to get that super clear sense that she used to have. So I'm going to take 1 away from focus.
Okay.
And I'm actually going to add 1 to sense, because I think this is the most experience she's ever had with this level of being surrounded and enveloped by bleed. And now now that she knows what bleed manifests as in herself, she knows how to harness it.
Okay. Fantastic. Arlo, we've gone through your scars.
I didn't change my last stat.
Okay. What would you like to change?
I'm gonna take. It sucks because it's gilded. I have a gilded reed, so I don't know. I would lose all of my dice in that. So how would that work if I did that?
It would mean you'd roll 2, take the lowest, and if the lowest is gilded. But you can also move it from other statistics as well.
Oh. Okay, I will take 1 out of control.
Okay.
And I feel like I can put it in survey, since she has like a sight into another vibe now. Like maybe like it'll help her see things
I dig
in
that.
a new way.
Cool.
Hey, how many scars you got?
I've got 3 scars.
Ooh.
One more and
One
you're
more
tired?
and I'm a lightkeeper, or I'm out now.
Correct.
I'm out.
Well, you're
Lightkeeper,
you're either retired or dead.
I understand.
But retire means lightkeeper?
Well, within Candela, that means you can no longer venture as an investigator and become a lightkeeper. More likely than not.
Okay. Well, that'll be fun.
And we've already gone
Maybe
over
I'll
your
just tell
scars,
all of you
right?
what to do.
Not the bleed, I don't
Not the
think.
bleed. That's right. How does this come to operate within you, Dr. Margrove?
Horrid headaches. Until one day, he's just had enough, and he's at his home office, working on the syllabus. Like, all right, enough of that. And he'll go fish a couple of things out of his little knickknacks. A bit of vine, a bit of leaf, a bit of black powder, and he'll just sort of absentmindedly look over his paperwork as he grinds this up, and then holds it out in the air. A little blue light just falls into it, and he takes it like a bit of snuff and snuffs it. And this headache overwhelms him, and the hole in his head that he hides beneath his hat just sort of opens a little bit and splits like a crack straight down to the top of his eyebrow. And he has just this literal blue scar that now just sort of leaks sometimes. And he has to wipe it away.
That is heinous.
Yeah, it's horrible. He's just a leaky boy.
Our beefy boy is our leaky boy.
And as he does so, where he was working on his syllabus, he feels slightly better. The headache is gone, and the pencil on his table just sort of rises up on his own and starts going. And writing out next semester's syllabus for him. And I'll add another sense.
and I'll take away a survey.
You got it.
He's slowly going from the logical to the weird.
I love it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
Adventure slowly.
for now, that puts the circle, the Vassal and the Veil to rest until another investigation calls it forward. And indeed, Lycus is still out there somewhere.
And Dorna woke up too.
Yeah, I was Jordan.
She didn't get roasted in the fire?
Oh, no, that's right. She got
roasted in the
roasted.
fire. She got roasted in the fire.
You have no confirmation,
We don't
but
know.
it's likely.
Yeah.
That's a rough one to get out of. Good news, probably not from smoke inhalation. Bad news, the rest of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, nevertheless,
That was
We-
so fun.
That was really fun.
really fun, y'all. We did the accelerated illumination track. I don't think we really need to do it for this since it's the end of this 3-point story.
No.
But we can kick back into it should we have an opportunity to return to this in the future. But regardless, you've all been fantastic. You know, I love playing with you all. Thank you so much for coming along with this. Thank you for coming along with us. Big love and round of applause to my fantastic players at the table. Ashley Johnson, Anjali Bhimani, Laura Bailey, Robbie Daymond. I have been your humble game master, Matthew Mercer. Thank you so much for joining us. And is it Thursday yet? Good night.